Howdy, howdy, folks. A-Train here with you for another episode of Medieval Dynasty. Now available on Steam from RenderCube Games and Toplitz Productions. That's a happy Veterans Day to all of us who have served. I'm an Air Force veteran myself. Here in the United States, it's Armistice Day. In other places of the world, it's Remembrance Day, I believe. Do they call it? Oh, do I have the right day? Is it Remembrance Day today in Canada? I think so. Either there or that may be, because we have Memorial Day at the end of May, and then we have Veterans Day here on the 11th day of the 11th month, which the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month was the ending of World War I, the Great War, as it were. And so, yeah. So good stuff. Let me just say howdy, folks, in the chat. Chat is open. Make sure to check in and say hello, howdy, howdy, and all that good stuff. And, of course, yeah, let me just knock that out for a second. That figures. All right. Hang on 2 seconds here. Let me... You know what? It's not important. I can do it over here. It's been a minute since I've streamed, gang, and I apologize for that in part, but let's see. I've changed hours and my position at work. And yay, Megan is here. Hooray! Welcome aboard. Hope you're having a great day. So it's I've changed positions at work. My hours are, I start a little earlier in the day. I'm working in the warehouse here locally now. So in theory, I should have more time to stream. However, I'm also kind of dragging butt sometimes when I get home. And so, yeah, it's one of those things. But anyway, all right, we're back. Let's, oh boy. Let me see what the stupid bitrate issue is now. Hang on. All right, it's bouncing up and down. Oh, for frack's sake. All right, we're going to give this a shot, folks. I'm going to do my best. If the bitrate and the stream and all that, also let me know if the audio is okay there, Megan. It gets crappy, then we may have to bail on this. You know, Windows 11 has officially been shoved down everyone's throat, and apparently neither of my machines will run it. Supposedly, which I think is BS. But anyway, all right, so let's cut that stuff. Let's get into the game. Real quick, so if you're new to the channel, also with this build, so you may see the picture here. See all that fun stuff? Let me go through what what we've done to get there. First off, when you start a new game, always pause immediately, hit the map, and check out the king you have. So there's a list of kings here, okay? And you want a good king to start with. All right. So make sure you have a good king. And if you don't have a good king, re-roll. So back out and load back into the game. Special aspects we'll do the game are I have brightness on 125%. I have 200% buildings. Fast crafting, fast building. Now, currently, I have unlimited weight on, and that's because we went and did some looting. We ran the entire Valley looting map, looting path to Gustovia. That's the day 1 route. And then we continued on and did the day 2 route and hit all these locations. And then we went and did all the Valley gift trunks, too. So there's like a 5-hour stream covering that from a few weeks back. So just go back, go in my channel, go in my live streams, and you'll see it. It was like I did one for the Valley, and then I did one for Oxbow. So I'm not sure. I think the gift baskets are still available. Also, I think we're in the haunting season, and so the crazy quacker head or whatever, the duck head is the duck heads are available too. There's a few places on the Valley. On the Oxbow, there's one in every village and one under the big tree in the swamp. The one in Clonica is the white one. All the others are the blackheads, which the white one's supposed to be the good one. Then you have the evil honker. That's it, the evil honker. Yes, the honker. Honker Magoo. So thank you for squaring that away. All right, so yeah, that's the Scoopy Doop. Hey, hey, I want a scoop, baby. It's just goofy. All right, so if you don't have these maps or the King's List, this is all on my Discord. There's a link to my Discord down in the description below. Get over there, join us, come hang out, become part of the A-Team. And this is all under Medieval Dynasty Helps, okay? So you'll find all that fun stuff there. Plus, you'll find other good stuff like, oh, I don't know, how to name your animals, buildings, or fields. Let's see, the Housing Happiness Guide. I need to update the Hunting XP Guide because that got changed, and things like that. So how to figure out how to make the right amount of firewood for your village. Got all this helpful stuff on the Discord, so go join us there. All right, so all that said, let's get that done. Let's get into this. So here I am. No, it's not where the picture was, because the picture was I had gotten in here and I did a couple things. I had made a couple of paths here, and you see how much of the map I've explored. Okay, we've covered a lot of the map already. All right. And we're halfway through spring of year one. I gave myself 12 days, so we got 6 days, which is typical that I would do for a new game. But we've already gotten all the looting out of the way. All right, so we may wind up doing some stuff and then sleeping the rest of it off. But real quick, let's go through. Let's see. There's the moose spawn. There's the deer spawn. I'm going to build in this area between Gustovia and Denica. This is the area where I like to build. And we're going to try to preserve the moose spawns and the deer spawns, so we have hunting nearby. Okay, that's the objective. All right, and I'll show you how you can do that. It's very simple. You just make paths, but you got to be more than 75 meters away from the spawn points. All right, we'll cover that in a bit. If you have questions, don't be bashful, don't be shy. Okay, put those in chat, because if it doesn't sound, I mean, listen. People ask the same questions over and 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 over again on the Facebook group. Every day, more or less, the same questions get asked. Okay? So there are no stupid questions, Eric, only stupid people. Okay? I'm here to answer your questions, all right, and help you figure it out. We went through a lengthy thing the other day. Somebody had trouble with their buckets, and I went through 8 steps dealing with buckets in the game, how they're made, where they go, what they do, what they're used for, and their life cycle. Okay, that's the kind of stuff I do, so that's why I'm here to help. All right, so we're going to do a couple of little paths here in a bit, and make sure we keep our distance between these folks, and then let's see. We've got all the stuff from our looting. So I've sold a bunch of it. That's why we got 21,000 coins on day 6 of the game. Some people are like, "How you get 20,000? I'm in year 3. I can't even pay my taxes." There's a very simple recipe to how to play this game, folks. I'm just saying. If you'll just trust old A-Train, I will hook you up. Very simple steps. Year 1, step 1. Give yourself 7 to 10 days. 2, learn the maps. 3, follow A-Train's looting paths. 4, learn how to hunt and shoot. Shooting is the most critical skill in this game. Everything else is just management. If you can shoot stuff, you can hunt. If you can hunt, you survive, and you can make money. And then everything else is management. Okay? Also, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. So keep that in mind. Here's an idea of what we've got from this little jaunt we've made around the valley here. I'll just kind of scroll down through this. You still suck at shooting? Well, that's... Oh, okay. If you suck at shooting... Pardon me. The folks at work, the bigwigs are out of town. There's people in, and they're doing training stuff and whatever. treated us to Hurtado barbecue today. And oh my Lord. Oh my God. Becky, look at his meat. It is so big. Yes. I could share pictures because I took pictures of the plate. Had a big old slice of brisket, big old slice of turkey, a rib, a burnt end. I never had burnt ends before, and oh my gosh, it was so good. And had a Texas Twinkie. A-Train, what the hell is a Texas Twinkie? I'll tell you. It's a jalapeno that's been cored out. Mostly. The one I had may have still had a couple of seeds in the tip because it was hot. That first bite was hot, super hot. And so it's stuffed with smoked pimento cheese, which I'm not a fan of pimentos, and brisket, chopped brisket. That's inside the jalapeno. Now, fortunately, I couldn't taste the pimentos because of all the other flavors going on. You had the jalapeno itself, you had the brisket, you had the cheese, kind of cooling it off, counteracting it, but it was a smoky cheese flavor. And then it was wrapped in bacon. Big old slice of bacon, which was seasoned, and then that was smoked. Oh, it was redonkulous. Oh my gosh, the food was so good. So if you're ever in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, I highly recommend Hurtado Barbecue. They have locations in Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington near the ballpark area, and I think they have a Little location now. So yeah, good stuff. All right. Anyway, let me continue scrolling down through this list here. So if you have trouble shooting, all right, I have a solution for this, and it's called range time. So you can build your own range. Well, how do you build your own range, A-Train? Well, it's really kind of simple. There's a deal in the decorations. I'll show you here in a second. I just got to make sure I've got a hammer equipped. I've got a hammer. I don't have a hammer equipped. How do I not have a hammer equipped? How do you get any pudding if you don't eat your meat? Wait a minute. Do I not have a hammer? I got all this crap on me and I don't have a hammer. What? Well, that sucks. Okay. Well, it's about to be hammer time. I think I got some sticks. Do I have logs? I know I have logs. I have so much. Yeah. All right. So we're going to make a hammer, and that way I can at least demonstrate this. Yeah. See, so I got the honker mask, and this goes on just like a hat. So I double click it. Now I got the honker hat mask on. And then I've got the evil honker as well. And I mean, basically you just need one of each on the Valley because it's a single player map, right? And then there's evil honker, which people seem to like better than the honker, but whatever. Anyway, when you wear the hat, hang on, I'll show you. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't switch my audio over. Let me see here. Do that. And this. And this. And this. Okay, now we should hear the honker. Let's try this again. There we go. It's so stupid. So you can annoy your friends with the honker hat. Can you hear that okay? Could you hear that? Could you hear it? It's funny. Anyway, all right, so we need to make a hammer so I can demonstrate for you. Anyway, so I've got iron armor. I've got iron everything. Iron crossbow, of course. I haven't even equipped the iron crossbow yet. Because I had laid all this stuff out. I'm going to go ahead and put this in slot 3. Because that's my jam. You know that. Oh, but I think part of it was iron arrow. Right now, iron arrows with the longbow is actually a higher damage rating. The longbow does 40. Iron arrows do 40, 55. So that's 95 points damage. Iron crossbow does 55 plus. I think I only have copper. No, I have no rounds for it. Ah, that explains it. All right. So if you need help shooting, let me know. Send me a message. Okay. You can do that in Discord. All right. And we'll get on my Oxbow build. And in that, hey, Willinareki? Howdy, welcome aboard. You don't understand English. Obrigado. That's all I can say in Portuguese. Sorry. That's it. That's all I got. So hopefully that translation helps. I don't speak Portuguese except for knowing how to say obrigado. So thank you for being here. I appreciate it. So anyway, I have a village on the Oxbow map and we have a range. I have all the range weapons, all the bows and crossbows available. You're welcome to come on there. We'll go over and get you some practice shooting at a target. Now, the target in the game will evaluate your skill. I need 10 sticks. Good Lord. All right, let's grab some steak here real quick. And I'll show you what you can do with this. I actually don't need to build this. Why am I even bothering? You go here to furniture and decorations. You go over here to workstations. Here's hunting. See that target looking thing? See that target looking thing? Archery target. Okay. Build an archery target. All right. And build it way out here in front of you. Okay. So you can just plunk that down there. All right. Now I'm going to show you. Blink. There it is. Okay. Cool. Now, here's what you do. You walk right up to it. I can't move any further. So now I'm going to go to the map. All right. And in the map, you see where my position is here. I'm going to set a waypoint just like that. And that waypoint is on the target. Now look here. See where it says 0 meters? Now it's going up at the top of the screen. So now I'm back up to 20 meters. Let me whip this bow out. All right. Now, you practice. The further away you are, the higher you have to aim. Okay? And with the bow, when you draw the bow, okay, it burns stamina, which is the green bar down the bottom left of the screen. As you hold it, as you hold it in the draw position, it burns stamina. This is why the crossbow is better. It burns stamina when you load the crossbow, then it immediately goes back up, and then you could sit there and look around with an aimed weapon all day long. Okay? So, what we're going to do is we're going to put that pipper right above the center of the target. We're going to go up like a 1.5 deal. See that there? Now I'm going to actually move that up just a touch. It's going to move in the shape of a W. Okay? So right about there. Watch it move in the W shape. See how it's going up, down, left, right, up, down, left, right? It's a W. And as my stamina burns, that gets bigger. So now I'm going to aim a little bit higher because I wasn't happy it was going to fall short. Okay, that looks good. So let's try that again. %, we're at 19.7 meters. So I just need to back up a little bit more. Okay. And what I want to do is just check this one more time. I'm going to go shoot a little bit higher. Right there. That looks good. %, we're at 20 meters. Okay. So if you have a stone on your inventory, like I think we do. Oh, I don't have a stone on me. I have a tin ore. Let's just use one of those for an example. XF. Boom. Tin ore right there. That's our marker. So you could do that, or you could do something like you could lay out like a fence, like the simple little poopajoop here. That works. Or this one. This one uses less sticks. All right. I don't have enough building technology yet, but just build that across here and just move perpendicular to your line there. Okay. And just make sure it's at your feet, and that's your little marker. And then you can see how far away you are. So then you can back off another 10 meters or so. And then you got to aim a little bit higher from back here. Okay. So now you go up and it shows you how far away you are and how accurate you are. I'm sorry. Are those not in the middle of the target, folks? I'm just saying. Those are in the middle of the target. And again, look how tight the cluster is. They're there. So the game's kind of cheating me a little bit here. All right. The point being, this is how you get good at shooting, is you have to practice. Now, there's another element to this, and it's called leading your target. So, again, let's look at this. I'm going to aim above the center, go in the draw position. 88%. Where is it? It's going to be high. Yeah. See, it's high of center. I think it's saying the center's right there. So we may have been just a hair off to the right. Close enough. All right. So you have to learn how to lead your target. That's the next thing. Animals move. You want animals and targets can move left to right, and they can move towards you and away from you. All right. So you have to predict where the target's going to be at a certain point in time. All right. And what you do is you set yourself ahead of the target. So say a deer is coming across this way. I'm going to draw. And as soon as the deer is going to be here, boom, blast it. Right? And that's how you hit a moving target. Those things you have to practice. But getting good with just the basic aspect of knowing how to target something is important. Now, we can sneak up on these deer over here. The problem is, well, maybe we can get a headshot in here. This one over here, she's not paying attention. So I'm going to aim above her head. Okay, right about there. Boom. And that's how you drop it. Drop it like it's hot. Left to right. See how he's moving? Now he's turning away. Now he's coming towards us. And that's how you do it. Let them come to you. This is the problem with the bow. Okay? The long bow hits harder than the recurve bow. The recurve bow reloads faster. All right? If you can learn to do that, you'll be successful at this game. We'll go through the management stuff. The management is easy. All right? I'm going to cover all that with you here. We got plenty of time. If you have questions, now see where I hit her to? That's a headshot. Neck and head, that's a kill shot. Always retrieve your arrow first. Do not wait until you go down to skin the animal to retrieve and hope that you get it back from RNGesus. Chances are you won't. You may not. All right, see how this one's looking at us? There's two of them. Okay? You can't get too close, so you got to learn how to shoot from further away. And now she's dropped her head, but we know her head's about this height. See there? See there? She's looking at us. She's not sure what she's seeing. That's the last thing she saw. Notice I didn't goof around with it. You aim before you draw the weapon, okay? That saves your stamina because, again, that aiming reticle that moves in the shape of a W moves wider and wider the more your stamina burns down. And there's skills to offset that. So if we go into our skill set here and go into hunting, that's farming. Steady hand is the first thing you want to do because that makes it steadier aiming with ranged weapons. That affects both bows and crossbows. But as you get down here, you get the strong arm, 10% slower stamina consumption during aiming. This only applies to the bow. Bow being bow, recurve bow, longbow. It does not apply to the crossbow. Again, when you load a crossbow, you pull the drawstring and it burns down about 25% of your stamina in doing so and loading the weapon. But by the time the animation finishes and you come back up and you're ready to shoot, your stamina is recovered. And you can sit there and aim down sights ADS all day long and your stamina won't get affected. All right? So it's an instant stamina burn, but it recovers just about as quickly before you even have the weapon ready to fire again. Now, lock and load is a critical thing more for crossbow. Bows load faster. Crossbows load slower. So a longbow or a recurve bow with iron arrows can possibly put more damage down range faster. A crossbow with an iron bolt hits harder. That's the highest damage weapon in the game. So you need to make your shots count. All right? So this skill, lock and load, allows you to load the crossbow or the bow faster. If you have just the standard bow, strong arms can be your smarter deal, because this way you can aim down sights longer. But if you notice what I just did there with those examples, I didn't hesitate. All right, we lined up the target in advance. Look, he's looking right at us. We're gonna get right about here. See, I'm happy with that position. I'm going to tweak it just a touch to the right. We're going to load, and he dropped his head. I thought that might happen, so now we're just going to reset and wait for him. He's going to look left. Ah, I got him, and I didn't get it. Here's a crossing shot, and there it is. Did you see what I did? I saw the direction he was going, and I aimed and just waited for him to cross my line of sight. Oh, there's the arrow rolling down the hill. So it glanced off his head. All right. So there's an idea of how you lead your target. Okay. Now, this area right here where we are, hello, is not perfectly flat. This here is a bandit camp spawn site. Okay. That can be part of I think it's usually 2 men. Okay. It can be part of a storyline where your kid gets kidnapped or something. All right, so there's a moose spawn right there and stuff, and then there is yeah, I'm not gonna mess with the moose right now. Look out, dude. There's an abandoned camp over here, but this is a really good abandoned camp. Now there's boar right over here. See, Piggy? Shh, dude. Move! Really? He's down. Gotta let the stamina come back up. Now, the next question is, where's your friend? Where's your buddy? That's a badger. Always listen. Don't hear him. Go ahead and clean them up. If you're down on a kill and something starts coming after you, right click and haul ass. Or get your weapon up, okay? In my case, I'm going to get my battle axe and I'm going to jack some skull. Okay. Anyway, this is a really good camp here. I've already collected, I think, everything from it. Yep. I believe so. It should be. Oh, nope, maybe not. Oh, because there's rot. Yes, I wasn't collecting that. That's empty. There's stuff that'll be here. If you go through and watch the video, you'll see there's a bunch of good crap here. And we can preserve this location because it's on the far side of the moose spawn from where we're going to build our village. All right, so we're staying right here in the middle of the camp, and we'll show you where we're at. We're over here. We're going to build 75 meters west of this guy and this guy. Okay? What do you mean? What are you talking about, A-Train? I'm going to show you. All right, so there's the dude. Whoops, excuse me. Hello? Hello? Move. All right. Move along, Bullwinkle. I ain't messing with you right now. If you're going to stand there, I'm going to jack you up. Told you. Move. Okay. Did I get enough sticks to build a stupid hammer? That'll be enough. There we go. I need a log. What happened to the logs? I had 3 logs on me. Oh, nuts. I used the logs to build the stupid deal right there. That's okay. All right. So I need a log. Do I have a... I do have an iron axe even. I'm going to get rid of some of these trees anyway. So let's just drop this one. All right. Now, I could have used the battle axe for this. It's just not as efficient. All right, so we got those. Now we can make... Let's make a couple of hammers. We can't make a couple of hammers just yet. There's steaks everywhere, fool. Just pick them up. Okay, now I can make 2 of them. So, I think it's really kind of cool if you can preserve the wildlife in the game. Okay. All right, we're going to put that right there. Cool. I'm going to get rid of, shed it. We're going to get rid of this. Okay, cool. All right, now, what we're going to do is take a look at the map, and we've got our waypoint set up here. See that? All right. We don't want to build within 75 meters of that. We're 73 meters away. Now we're 75, 76. 76 is good. Back up to about 78. And we're going to come around this way, and we're going to maintain that 78 because you're going to be building in front of you. Okay? 76 is no good. We go back to 78. All right? So 78, 79 is good. All right? Yeah, that's a pretty good spot. We're going to lose that cart spawn over there if I do here, but once you've got money and stuff, that really doesn't matter. All right, so we're going to... Oh, shoot, I forgot. Hang on. This is the way to do this. Do this where you can see yourself and you can see the path. All right? So figure this is a couple meters in front of you, right? So I'm going to do the path thing, and I'm going to pull it up kind of vertical and then drop it, and then just kind of start running as a... Now, see how I was 78? I just went through some of the bushes. Now, let's stop here because I'm getting a little bit close to the deer spawn. Oh, there's some dandelions. Always just collect the crap out of that stuff. All right, so now let's go to the map, and let's see where we are relative to the deer spawn. We're 65 meters, which means this is no bueno. All right, so we need to back up till we're 78. Oh, yeah, it's just the side of the bushes here. I forgot. All right, so we'll start here now. Okay. And just a little bit closer. There. Boom. So again, we're just trying to keep facing the spawn. It's getting a little close. Hang on. Let me check here. That's a little close. Now, here's the thing. See how the path is two colors? There's a bright part and there's a darker part. The darker part is where you can build stuff, but the bright part you can't. The bright part is the part that matters. All right? I think we'd actually be okay here, but I'm going to take a little bit of this out. Yeah, this part here, I'm just not. Okay, here I think we're okay. $76. Yeah, I think we're okay here. All right, so let's continue on. In fact, no, I'm going to ditch a couple. Oh, yeah, it's where I made that bend there. Here we go. All right, now we're good. All right, so now we go back in here. We scoot over to the middle. Choot, choot, dip, right there. Again, we're keeping an eye on that 78 meters. I'm just going to keep it 78 to 79. Now, what's cool about this is okay, so now we're way over here, right? 75 meters. See how I'm on the darker part of the path? That means it won't hurt the spawn point. Because if you build something within 75 meters of the spawn point will disappear the next season. And it won't come back until you remove whatever the heck it is you built, okay? They move. They get out of there. They're like, nope, see ya. We're out. All right? But see now? All right, we're going to go fix this now. Where I goofed over here at the... And if you can maintain the berry bushes, that's a good thing. Because that's free fertilizer, which can be critical early game. All right, so we'll take this out. And then the berry bushes will come back too. Cool, that should do. Now, 76 meters that way. All right, I'll stand right here kind of at the corner. And... boink. 76 meters that way. All right, so that's... Now, this is our no build on this side zone. We can build on this side. We can't build on that side. So if you want to do something really cool, I'm just setting up a boundary for myself. That is exactly what I'm doing. Yes. You could build a hunting lodge right here and build a couple of houses adjacent to it. And when your people go hunting, you'll literally see them walk out and go after the moose or the deer. Okay? It's super cool watching your people actually hunt. All right? So there's kind of our little boundary that says no build there. Don't build there. We're going to build over here, but not over there. All right? So there's tons of things we could do. One of the biggest questions that comes up from players, newer players especially, is how do you do farming? Well, that's a fine question. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up a field here before it gets dark, because it's getting dark. But I want to make sure we maintain our perimeter here. Let me just grab some of these sticks. If you're going to build something like a field especially, it's good to, I mean, and this is free survival XP. When you just grab all this crap off the ground, just grab it out of the space. Because if you lay out a farm field, you'll lose it all. Like all these bushes right here, we could lose them and lose the berries, which we could use to turn to rot and then make fertilizer for summer. But I have enough money that I can actually buy it. I'm just showing you what you need to do. Plus, no matter how many berries you pull off a bush, you're still just going to get 2 survival XP for it. And this is just a way to build up your survival XP and get the benefits of that. That bird was being awful trusting there. So just grab all this crap off the ground. I think, yeah, I've already got the skill unlocked. And now we've unlocked fishing hut. The faster you do this basic stuff, the faster you'll do what just happened, which is unlock buildings and stuff. Okay. Now, if you want to understand why it is I'm doing what I'm doing, here we go. You go in your skills, go to survival. Okay. Now we're up to level 4 already. It's season 1 still. All right. I've already got insensitive, a point in there. We got survival sense. We got survivalist, which is slower loss of food and water. And we got 3 points in athlete, which means I can run further faster for longer periods of time. All right. Now, look here. 836.2. 836.2, right? 836.2. 838.2. 2 points for everything you pick up off the ground. Okay. 838.2. 838.2. 840.2. Got it? So you pick a flower, 840.2. Pick up stone, 842.2. All right? We got to get to 1,000 points. That means you got to pick up 500 things. Berries are a good choice in this case because it's just because you can do something useful with them. See, I've got 1,343 berries now. I'm parched. Oh. Let's see if I have a water skin with water because I really don't want to run all the way down there. Oh, I could drink a wine. There we go. Good enough. Okay. All right. So now, let me mosey over here just a second. I want to just check my distance to the deer spawn right here. 73 meters. Nope, we're too close. All right, let's go back over here. We're 75, 74. Ooh, this is too close too. It comes right through this tree, but this tree could be useful. So let's make use of this tree. All right, so now you guys see how to use paths to kind of create boundaries for yourself, and you can live more with nature in the game. I do have a wooden shovel, but I also think I got a bronze one or a copper one. Oh, I could be wrong. I could have an iron one. I do have an iron one. How about them apples? That's a bunch of money too. Now, I only get half of that, and then 81% of half. But yeah, that's a nice shovel. All right, so let's grab that. Let's get this. Cool. Grab these. Now, For that cluster of sticks, see how we got 3 sticks? I'm going to show you what happens here, because we were just talking about this, right? Your survival skill, we're at 848.2. Watch how many sticks I get. I got 3. 848.2, right? 850.2. It doesn't matter how many sticks you get when you pull one of those. Sticks, reeds, and berries. Okay, you get clusters of those things when you pull them, right? But you still only get 2 survival XP, right? Just so you know. Sir J. Walker was doing no, yeah, no, hell with that. Yep, nope. Sir J is welcome to enjoy his no-buy challenge. You know what? I don't go deep enough into this game anyway. All right, here we go. Now I'm back to a point where I can do this right. So, let's kick back over here. Wait. Go to build. Then kick back over here. Okay. And then scoochy scooch. There we go. Now I'm down to 78 meters. I'm going to back it out just a little bit. We're going to lose some of these berries, but that's okay. All right, there's a big arc. I mean, that's like a Noah's Ark. It's so big. All right, now we saved most of the berry bushes, which is good. But anyway, that just created a little boundary. All right, so here we go. Farming. We're going to set up a farm field, okay? And I'm going to show you how we do this. Now, farm fields only work, and orchards too. This applies for orchards. Only work north, south, east, and west, okay? So what we're going to do here, let me see where we are. There's the road right there. This will do. All right, we're going to go into buildings, farming, and a field. You do not have to have a hammer to do this, by the way. I should build a house soon. I will build a house soon. Absolutely. Okay, so now, one tile, this is one tile here. That is one farm tile, okay? Now, what you need to know about this is you can use these for aligning buildings. All right. And then you can line them up against each like this. Smallest field you can have is a 1x1. The biggest you can have is 16x16. I don't recommend going that big. All right. It gets much harder for your people to be able to work that. And you have to schedule it out. It's harder for you to work. Okay. My standard field size is 10x6. So we'll run forward 10 tiles and then go over 6. That's 60 tiles. Why is 60 tiles a good size? Now, I will point this out too. Let's turn around and see if there's anything in this space. Those weeds and stuff will disappear. And then anything else, poof. Now that I've laid that out, anything else will disappear. Okay? Within the steak. All right? Now, when we're working the field, so you know one field tile, all right? The, what's the word I'm looking for? It is, here we go, durability. That's this right here, okay? The bronze sickle has a durability of 350, all right? Most of your tools, in this case, do we have an iron hoe? We do, hooray. Okay, the iron hoe has a 455.6 out of 512. All right, you get 512 uses out of the tool. All right, until you put points into Careful Farmer. Slower durability loss of farming tools. All right, it does 5%, 10%, 15%, I think like that, or it may do 5, 15, 25. We'll get around to that. Okay, but your tools, you lose durability on them as you use them, okay? So now, let's look at not our shovel, our hoe, all right? And then you can see that bar in the bottom right corner of the screen, the little circular bar, is the durability of the tool, all right? But in this case, again, let's look at our iron hoe, which is right Chaw. 455.6. We hit the ground one time. $455.6 is $454.6. It dropped one durability. Okay. So your hose, here's how they work. The wooden hoe, which is the easiest to make because you just have to cut down a tree, get some sticks, boom, wooden hoe, has a durability of 32. So it will do 32 farm tiles. Okay. Each time you go up a level in technology, it doubles. So a stone hoe does 64, a copper hoe does 128, bronze hoe 256, and an iron hoe 512. Okay. So you could do this whole field with 2 wooden hoes. That would be the first, where you're just grubbing the ground for the first time, like I'm doing here. Okay. All right. Now, the thing is, you've got a second round of things. You only have to do this once. Grub the field like this, because this is the state it will return to after you harvest it, is unfertilized. Okay. Now, let's talk about the states of the field real quick. So we go in management. We go over here and look at our fields. Here's field 1. Okay. I'm going to double click on it, and it's going to show a diagram of field 1. This is your north-south axis. This is the east-west. Okay. So you can see we've laid it out running north-south, but this is the north side. So we're working from the north-east corner south. Okay. So we're going from the not grubbed up state to unfertilized. That's the gray. All right. And then once we throw some fertilizer down, it will turn this color for unplowed. Then you have to come back along with your hoe again and till the soil to mix the fertilizer into the soil. And then it becomes unsown. Then you have to sow your seeds. You throw your seeds out on the ground, and then the sow is the field goes to plants growth. Okay. So those are your different cycles of, and then when you're ready for harvest, the field turns yellow, or whatever plants are ready for harvest, because you can do different plants in the field. They turn yellow. Once you harvest them, the field goes back to unfertilized. Got it? It will never go back to this state unless you destroy the field. You cannot change the size of the field. You have to destroy the field by using your hammer. Okay? Now, this is the way to build up your farming skill. All right? So let's look at your farming skill. Boop, here it is. Right now we've got 11 points. I'm going to show you something crazy. Ready? Ready? Look at this. Let's go to management. 11 points, right? 11 points. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 times 2 is 10, and there's 1 is 11. For every farming activity you do, you get 1 farming XP. Now, again, let me be very specific here because there's 2 XP that you get in the game. There's skills, okay, and there's technology XP. They're 2 different things. So right now we're just talking about your skill XP. Now we're building technology XP, right? Farming. We're at 2.2 points. All right. Which means you get 0.2. Is my math right on that? Yes. 0.2 points of farming technology XP for every action you do in farming. You get 1 farming skill XP and 0.5 farming technology XP. Is everybody tracking with the math there? All right. So if we want to get our food storage and our barn and our farm shed, eventually we want to get to pigsty, right? That's the big deal. Hen house is no longer a big deal. Why is it no longer a big deal, A-Train? Because the devs in their infinite wisdom have decided to change the recipe for bread. Kitchen 2, bread. Look at the required resources over to the right and tell me what you do not see. I will move through them slowly so you can check. What do you not see there? And then let's go to there's not. We go to the tavern. Wait, did they move? Did I miss something? Kitchen 2, wait. No, multigrain bread is here still. What do you not see here? Anybody? What does it take to make bread? It takes eggs. They've removed the requirement for eggs from bread. So guess what you don't need to have anymore? Chickens. So in my estimation, you do not need chickens, you don't need goats, you don't need donkeys. Okay? Yes, one dog, thank you very much. You're on top of it. So yes, they removed because it used to be 2 flour, 2 eggs, and a bucket of water, and then whatever appropriate grain. 1 rye grain, 1 wheat grain, 1 oat grain to make bread. No longer required. Guess what that means? I ain't getting chickens. All right. So we get 1 XP and 0.2 XP. 1 XP, 0.2 XP. 1 and 0.2. Get it? Got it. Get it? Got it. Good. So this goes pretty quickly. You'll see. And I'm working 2 rows at the same time here. As you'll see, we'll go over 1, 2. Now I'm going to turn. I'm going to walk between the 2 rows. So now all I got to do is do that. And there's food storage unlocked. And this size field, okay, 60 tiles. It will need 4 wooden hose and 2 simple bags. Simple bags, A-Train, what are those? That's what you throw your fertilizer out of. You don't keep it in your pocket. Keep it in a simple bag or a bag. We prefer the bag, but simple bag works, okay? And simple bag has 30 uses, okay? So here's a bag. This bag's 100%. It has 120 uses. The simple bag, do we have any simple bags? If not, we can make one. Simple bag, here it is. Oh, we got 75 of them. No, you're missing the point there, Megan. Eggs were required. They've taken eggs out of the recipe. You had to have eggs to make bread, and now you don't anymore. They simplified the recipe, which I'm not sure if it makes sense or not, but okay. Whatever. So there's the deal. All right, simple bag, 30 durability. But here's the thing. It only uses 0.5 at a time. Per field that you do, per tile, is half of 1 use. Okay? So 1 simple bag actually has 60 uses, whereas a bag has 240 uses. Okay? So a simple bag has 30 uses, or has 60 uses. That means you can fertilize the field with 1 simple bag, and then you can sow the field with another simple bag. Boom, confetti. That's why the 60 tile field, I believe, is the right way to go. It's also, you can actually work the entire field from nothing to planted in less than half a day. All right, there's your barn. Now, here's another thing. If you're doing this with wooden tools, those are easy to replace, right? I happen to have an iron hoe because I went and looted the map and got all the baskets and all that good stuff before we even started. Okay, now watch. See the steak? The steaks are going to disappear. Boom, done. All right. So the field is done. Villager set. Well, look at Miss Megan walking into my little wheelhouse. We have talked about this before here on the channel, and yes, they should make villager happiness dependent on quality of food, food choices. Well, yeah, the number of food choices you offer your people, and clothing. But they have not done those 2 things, and I don't think they're going to. Honestly, At this point, I think they're working on a replacement. Yeah, diversity of food. That's the key, right? Because you have, let's go to management and let's go to people. Nope, that's animals. People's demand control. Okay, here's something you should do early in the game. First off, let's start at wood items. Okay, wood items. You got 4 things: firewood, steak, logs, and planks. Consumable means the people can burn them in their homes for heat. Turn off planks, turn off logs, turn off sticks. Why you do that, A-Train? All right, value. See this value here? That's how many heat units they produce. See over here on your wood demand per day? Once you start building buildings, there will be a demand amount per day. You fill that with this. Okay? And this is where this chart comes into play. Again, this is available on my Discord, the wood chart. Okay? How to figure out your wood demand. Okay, you look at your demand per day, which is the number in parentheses. Okay, you have what's in your storage building, your resource storage. Not what's in people's homes, not what's just laying on the ground, not even what's in the woodshed. This is only calculated based on what's in resource storage because that's where the people pull from. The demand per day on this example, I think, is 212. It's small. I can't read it. There it is. That's easier. Okay, that's the amount consumed throughout the village. You can lower that amount by insulating the homes, your buildings and stuff. And that says that at the bottom. So we're going to use the term BTUs or British or basic thermal units. Okay, so that part of the chart where I was showing the numbers, that's the BTU. You take the number in parentheses, in this case 212, and round up to the next 20. So that takes up to 220. Then you divide that number by 20, and that tells you how many logs you need to turn into firewood per day. So we go 212 to 220. We divide by 20, that means 11. So we need to have our woodshed people turning 11 logs into firewood per day. That's step 5. You set that number. Okay? And then you'll be making just enough firewood for your villagers to consume, and you won't stockpile a ton of it. I recommend you stockpile a couple of days worth, but you can very quickly fill up your storage early game with firewood, and you don't need to. Logs are more important to build with than they are to heat homes. Also, you don't want the people burning logs. You don't want them burning planks. You don't want them burning sticks. All right? So if anybody has any questions on this, look over here on the left. This is the answer to the question. So firewood is 5 BTU each. Sticks are 1 each. Logs are 10. And planks are 5. But if you look at logs, 1 log is 4 firewood, which then that gives you 20 BTU. So you want to turn your logs into firewood, and that will maximize your heat output. Got it? Any questions? If you will get a pet chicken or a pet pig. I'll get pet pigs. We'll do pigs. Because pigs make poop. They're poop machines. And that makes fertilizer. All right, so see here. Firewood is 5. And logs are 10. But 1 log equals 4 firewood, which means 1 log actually can equal 20. So turn this stuff off. And just have your people consume firewood only. They'll use this stuff to build with or whatever. They just won't be able to use it in their home. That's the consumable aspect of this. Water items are similar. Anything that's checked, they can consume personally. Now, food items. Let's go back to what Miss Maggie said. Piggy. Yep. All right. Let's go back to what we talked about here. No, we're going to skip the scan. I don't want to scan right now. Thank you. Please drive through. All right. So this is all the food stuffs you have. All right. From the fancy stuff down to the not so fancy stuff, which, I mean, and what it's telling you is a value. All right. A lot of people don't understand what this value means. This has nothing to do with the price of the item. Okay. What it has to do with is the caloric value. So when you have your food demand per day, which is again the number in parentheses, this is how much is in storage on the left, and in parentheses is how much your people are demanding per day. Your people will demand 30 food and 30 water each per day. Okay? So take notes. There will be a quiz. All right. So if you're just eating an apple, that doesn't do a lot to fill you up. Of course, you do get hit points back out for it, so it helps you heal. Let's say a pear instead. Pear is not going to fill you up very much, right? But some fish meat will. And scrambled eggs will. And you go up here to pottage. Pottage just slipped down the list again. They redid this list, and it's dumb. Pottage is 40. Scrambled eggs with mushrooms, they want you to make eggs. Those of us who tell you just make pottage, they're like, let's change this up. So they'll stop talking about that and start having people make eggs. No. The free spirit will tell you, don't go foraging for mushrooms for scrambled eggs, because you'll wind up eating the wrong kind, and then you'll be in a burrow with badgers. I'm not going to say the rest of it because we have a little one listening in. Okay? So, all right, we'll see you in a little bit when you get back. But this, so understand, this is the caloric value. So if you consume this, that's how much your food goes up. So 29.7, right? If I eat an apple, it should go up, what, 4? 33.7. How about them apples? You like apples? I ate an apple. How about them apples? Right? Dried fish meat. If we're at 33.7, we go up to 45.7. So dried fish meat is 12. Right? So in management, boom. You go down here and you'll see dried fish meat. Oh, it said 10. Wait a minute. It said 10. Oh, no, there it is, 12. That's dried meat. Duh. Yeah, it's 12. Okay? So this is how much food you get out of one of these. So basically, if a person consumed 3 pottage would last a person 4 days, because they consume 30 calories, let's just say, per day. All right? That's why I tell you to just make pottage for your people. They'll be fine. But what the point Megan was trying to make earlier is a point I've made for some period of time. Notice all this stuff down here. This is all kind of just your general, I mean, this is stuff you pick up off the ground right here, right? Mushrooms and berries. You don't want to eat rot. That's disgusting. You can, but it will poison you. Okay? You don't want to eat unripe berries. This will poison you too. But if you start with berries, okay, and move up, this is all just all natural stuff. You grow or whatever. Take meat out of the equation. We're not looking at that. We get the beetroot. We get the honeycomb. Now we're up to meat, right? You hunt meat. These are single items. But what can happen is you can combine these with other items to make dishes. All right? You picking up what I'm laying down here? These are basically raw materials. Okay? So if you provide these for your people, if you just provide cabbages, your people will not starve. But they won't be happy because there's not a whole lot of variety there. So let's provide cabbages and meat. Because you know what you can do with cabbages and meat? You can make pottage. Okay? And then your people are happier. So all your raw materials would be tier 1 foods. Now, the more tier 1 foods you provide your people, the happier they'll be. Because then they, in theory, if they would put the cauldrons back in people's houses, because they should, they cooked in their own homes, then they could make, as long as you unlock the recipes, they could make stew or pottage or soup in their own home. And thus, it's logical to think, hey, I'm able to make more than one thing at home. We don't have to eat pottage every single night. We can have stew one night. We might even have breakfast for dinner one night, and so on and so forth. Okay? So those are tier 2 dishes. Dishes are tier 2 stuff. Now, I'm going to do something here real quick. See, quark? I don't want people eating quark, so I'm going to turn that off. Milk? I don't want people consuming that, or buckets of milk. Why not, A-Train? Because a bucket of milk when left in storage for season change becomes a bucket of soured milk. You take that to the kitchen and you can turn that into quark. And then you combine a bucket of milk with quark and you get cheese grommet. Okay, so don't let your people eat the raw materials. All right, you don't want them to eat the raw, regular fish either. It won't hurt them. You can eat fish all day, every day. It will not poison you. Unlike raw meat, it will. But you just, and I don't even bother with the janky fish. I just go straight for pike. Okay? But turn those things off, and that way your people won't consume them. So if you have them in storage, it'll be okay. All right? And then you can do the same thing with, oh, let me continue the story real quick. So now we got tier 2 stuff. Breads are tier 3, which is, if you know the Oxbow map and the ruins just southeast of Piastovia, there's a building with 2 ovens in it and a prep table and a barrel. That's a bakery. And a communal bakery is something that needs to be added to the game. They've literally built it in the game. Just like on Oxbow where you start, Settleman Sick House, that's an infirmary. That's in the game. But there's no reason for it as yet. And as I've talked about on various occasions, if you introduce filth, pestilence, and disease into the game, now you make more reason for the herbalist hut, more reason to make potions, a new position to hire somebody for in a healer, and you have the infirmary to cure, say, somebody gets poisoned because they eat bad berries. Or say they get dysentery because you build a well in your village right next to the pigsty and people draw water from the pigsty, from the well next to the pigsty, and the ground's contaminated. Therefore, people start getting sick. Dysentery typically won't kill people, but it has. That's basically when you can't stop blowing it out your backside. Okay? So breads are tier 3, and then this fancy stuff up here is tier 4. And that you've got to have the tavern for, which I would suggest if you have the communal bakery. Excuse me. Woo-hoo-hoo. Boy, it was good barbecue they served us at lunch today. Oh, it was so good. If you have the communal bakery, though, you can make all the pies and tarts and stuff, right? Those are fancy foods. Now, if I have a tavern and I serve fancier dishes, the more fancy stuff I serve, the way I see it, that should attract more people to my village. And as more people come to my village because I have a really good restaurant, as it were, kind of think of it in modern terms, right? That's going to bring more money into my village. Does that make sense? And then you can also get the aspects of the water items, which are basically, that's your alcohol and juices in here. Buckets of water, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Stuff like that. See if you had, and I would add a tavern 2 to the game. You have a community bakery, and then you have tavern 1, which unlocks your juices, and tavern 2 unlocks your wines, beers, ales, mead, your alcoholic drinks. And then maybe some extra food items, maybe top of the line foodstuffs like, above this line. Something like that. So you get, some of the stuff, and then when you get tavern 2, you get some of the really good stuff like shepherd's pie or something. I don't know. They'll add some new stuff in. All right. So that's what we're talking about. And that should affect the villager happiness, just like clothing. The quality of their clothing and the durability of their clothing should all affect their happiness. But anyway, that's neither here nor there because I'm not a programmer and I don't play one on TV, but that's what we would like to see in the game. All right. So let's get back to farming. So here we are. We've got our field laid out. All right. We've already earned up enough skill points. No, we're at 60 out of 100 here. So that's basically, again, we have tilled 60 tiles worth of ground. 1 point per tile. If we fertilize the field, we'll be up to 120 points, and that'll give us our first point over here. I recommend, you could do farming knowledge, but honestly, farming is so easy. This is almost a waste just to get 5% more experience. Whereas if you do skilled farmer, and I had to learn this the hard way because somebody pointed it out and I was like, boy, I'm dumb. I didn't think that through. Careful farmer is great because it makes your tools last longer. Skilled farmer is great because you get more stuff that then you can either make more stuff or sell for more money to buy more tools. That makes sense? Skilled farmer is the place to put your first farming point. You do not need whistleblower, skilled rider, carrot and stick, or night rider until you have a mount. So don't put points in them. Your tier 2 skill should be farming master. Less stamina consumption, which means you can farm faster. Tier 3, again, could be farmer's trance. This balances out farming master. So this is less stamina consumption. Farmer's trance is faster farming. Actually, farming master helps balance farmer's trance. So this is faster, and you're going to burn stamina faster, so this balances it. So you don't need skilled rider, but go to skilled orchardman, because then you get more crops in the orchard. And then the tier 4 again, or if you have a mount. All right, so your first 3 or 4 levels, you don't even need to worry about whistleblower. That's the one where you can go, and your horse comes trotting up to you, or your donkey comes trotting up to you a few seconds later. All right. So don't worry about those. Focus on skilled farmer, and then you can work your way up to do the farming master, skilled orchardman, and then back your way down to like careful farmer to preserve your tools longer. All right. No, it does not matter. Your people do not care if you don't have to provide them clothing. They have their own clothing. They do not care what you provide them food-wise. The higher the caloric value of the food, the less they'll consume. Simply because, like, one cheese could feed a villager for 3 days. Or a vegetable soup. Don't make vegetable soup. Why don't you make vegetable soup, Train? Let me pull this up real quick. Let me see here. I wrote this down, and I just shared it the other day. If you guys have questions, throw those in the chat, please. Okay, Medieval Dynasty, tips and tricks to make money. Making money in Medieval Dynasty. It's easier for me to read it than to remember it off the top of my head. BMC M5X. Hello. Guys, how are ya? Nice, I like that. That's good. We're good. How are you? All right, so here, I'm going to read this to you because I'm not going to put it on screen. Do not bother with vegetable soup. The materials required to make 3 vegetable soup, if broken down, gives you 2 soup, 3 pottage, 3 stew, and 2 meat with gravy. And you sell those items, that will make you much more coin than 3 vegetable soup. Okay? And you don't have to grow carrots, because carrots are useless. All right? So that's why. I did the math on this. And so, yeah, there's no benefit to vegetable soup. No soup for you. Make soup. Now, if you make soup, you got to grow beetroot. And beetroot plants in spring and harvests in autumn. All right, so let's talk about that to understand your crops. All right, so we got field 1, right? So once you get a farm shed, you can automate this and your people will handle it. Now, all you got to do is lay the field out and then tell them what you want planted. All right, so we've got the seasons here. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. We're going to look at spring. We're going to change the plant type. Okay? Then you come over here and here's the list of everything that's available in the spring, and it's even flashing just to get your attention. The only stuff that does not plant in spring is autumn wheat, which is actually winter wheat. It just, they call it autumn wheat because it plants in winter, but it's winter wheat because it grows during the winter. Rye plants in autumn. Cabbage plants in spring and summer. And then carrots plant in spring or winter. Okay? Don't mess with carrots. Make a couple plots if you want. Or if you get some free seeds. But you don't need them. poppies are good for some potions, and you can make little poppy plots by houses to make them decorative and functional. So you'll have pretty ploppy flowers. You ploppy some poppy. Yeah. So poppy, they're pretty flowers in the summertime. So if you put a couple of squares of those out front of a house, it makes a nice little landscaping feature. And in summertime, it makes everything pretty because everything's blooming in the summer, except the fruit trees. The fruit trees are bearing fruit. They're blooming in the spring, right? Like blooming onion. All right. So you have all these things you can plant in spring, all right? Flax is your friend. Plant flax. We're going to double click on it. Now that's disappeared and changed back. Now I'm going to come over here. Now watch. See a little square? See how it's moving around now? I have control of it. All right. Now remember, this is the northeast corner of the field because this is where it showed that we started. Where fields running north to south and east to west. So if you want to do multiple crops in the same field, this is how you do that. Say we want to plant half flax, half beetroot. We're going to click and drag, go across, release. There's our half flax. Okay? Brown is sowing, green is growing, and yellow is harvest. Once we put the seeds down for this, it will go into the growth color. Now, if you have and then when summertime comes along, this will be yellow and we harvest it. Okay? Now, let's change plant type for the other side. And let's say we want to do some oat or beetroot. Let's go beetroot. Okay? Beetroot sows, plants in spring, grows through the summer, and harvests in autumn. Okay, so it's a 2-season plant. So we're going to double click it, come over here, and now again we have command of this. We don't want to go over top of this. If you do, I don't think it'll really kind of mess things up, but that may not be what you want. You can undo things that you did. But we're going to click here and we're going to drag this way. Boom. Okay? Now when we're done, we're going to stop field editing, whatever your option is. If you play on console, I apologize. I do the best I can to relate, how it works on PC. Hey, Storm Saga, nice to see you. Welcome aboard. How's life? Stop field editing. Okay? There will be an option down there on your PS5 or Xbox 67, whatever it is. Xbox S135 bingo. Yeah. All right. Now, once we have done this, as long as we provide the tools, so that's going to be bags, hose, scythe or sickle for harvesting the flax, and the fertilizer and seeds, okay? This field is now automated. As long as you have a farm shed, which, see this thing here means the farm shed is distant. Don't be scared of this, though. You want the farm shed to be close to your fields, but just because you get this red indicator doesn't mean the field won't get worked. It will. It's just not as efficient because your farmers are only working when you see them in the fields working. If they're standing on the farm shed, sweeping the floor or picking their nose or whatever, they're not being productive. Move them to the barn or something. Or if you get the master idiot alert where the red thing is in the upper left corner of the screen, it says dunk, and they're missing a tool or they're out of fertilizer or out of seeds, correct that, and that will get them back to work. Everybody tracking? Anybody have any questions? All right. So our villagers would then plant this with they would go through and they would fertilize the field, and then they would till the field, and then they would sow the seeds. They would chuck the seeds out. Now, here's a trick you need to understand about the game mechanics, and this is why I do this so people better understand how to play the game. If you understand how to play the game, it makes the game easier to play. Up to 4 villagers can be working in one field. You can assign 4 villagers to one farm shed. The only thing that you can't do is assign fields to farm sheds, which would be great. I know a lot of people would like to see that functionality in the game, but you can't. So that said, you can have 4 people assigned to a farm shed. You can have 4 people working in the same field. However, each person will only be doing one task. No two people will be doing the same task. Am I making myself clear here? I want to make sure I'm being crystal clear about this. So if one is going around, all right, so we've already done the initial tilling. You don't have to do that. If you just lay out the field and then come in here and change the plant types, your people will do the initial tilling of the field, the grubbing of the ground. Got it? That's one step. Then you have to throw fertilizer down. That's a second step. Then you have to till the ground a second time. That's a third step. Then you have to sow seeds. That's a fourth step. Now, after the plants have grown, you have to harvest. That's a fifth step. All right? But once you've done the initial grubbing of the field the first time, you don't have to go back to that. It just goes back to an unfertilized state. So that leaves us with 4 steps: harvesting, fertilizing, tilling, and sowing. Only one villager will do one job in a field at a time. So you could have these ready to harvest. One person would come through and harvest them. One person would come through and put down fertilizer. Another person would come along with a hoe and till the soil. And if we set it up for summertime and we change this, see, let's switch over to summer. We're going to keep the changes. Okay, so now we're in summer. The flax is going to be ready for harvest, but the beetroots are still going to be growing. Okay, one person harvests. Now what we're going to do is change plant type. We can plant cabbage in the summer. We're going to double click on that. We don't want to mess with this. We're going to go here. Now watch what happens. You're going to see the flax go harvest, and then we're going to have cabbage appear in sowing. Watch. Whoop. You like that? That's how you turn the field. So, back to our example. 4 people are working the field. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stop the field editing here. Okay? We'll go back to spring, accept the changes. We're going to change the plant type. I made a mistake. I don't want beetroot in this field. I'm going to empty it. Or I can change it to flax. Let's double click on flax. Now, there's been some issues in the past with this, where if you overwrite one crop type over another, it can cause problems. That's why there's that empty field feature. So if you see something that pops up later that looks goofy, then you'll see. But now, see, it shows that flax will be harvested in summer for the entire field. And now we have half of it set up for cabbage planting. We're going to change plant type, double click cabbage. We'll make the whole field set up for cabbage. Stop field editing, escape, accept. Now it pops us back out of there, which is stupid. All right. So spring, we plant flax. Summer, we harvest flax, we plant cabbage. Autumn, we harvest cabbage. Now what do we need to do? You got 2 options. In autumn, you can plant rye or you can plant winter wheat. If you plant winter wheat, it grows through the winter, it grows through the spring, and it harvests in summer. You can only pair winter wheat up with summer cabbage. That's it. Okay? Because winter wheat is a 3-season crop. So don't do that. Well, you can pair it up with cabbage if you want. Instead, pair it up with rye, which sows in autumn, grows in winter, harvests in spring. Double click on this. Stop. Okay? Now this keeps us in the screen. That's weird that it pops it out. All right, so now, we ready? Here it is. Now we're in spring again. We're going to harvest rye and plant flax. In summer, we harvest the flax and we plant the cabbage. In autumn, we harvest the cabbage, we plant the rye, and in winter, the rye is growing. And that's how you set up your farm fields for crop rotation. Any questions? Does that make sense? Here's the best field combinations, I think. what we just did, flax, cabbage, rye, gives you flax, which is your money crop, gives you cabbage, which you can use to make pottage, or you could let it rot, and each cabbage head gives you 4 rot. Excuse me. So if you have 1,000 cabbage, you let those rot, you're going to have 4,000 rot, which means you'll have 400 fertilizer, because it takes 10 rot to make 1 fertilizer. This is why I get pigs. Now, you have to feed the pig, right? You have to feed piggies. That's the difference. But I don't mind feeding the pigs because you get other benefits out of having an animal feed filled. Okay? So, this is our money field. We're going to grow flax, cabbage, and then rye. Because rye you can make bread with, you make flour, and then you can make flatbread with that, or you can make, now that you don't have to have eggs, ha-ha! I wonder if they nerfed the cost on bread. They had to have done something. Why would they take eggs out of play like that? I don't understand. But whatever. Okay? So now, this is all done. This field's ready to go. Okay? Now, if we come over here, I'm not sure how far over here we can come to. Not going to be very far. All right, now, another question that comes up quite frequently is, how do I line up my fields? Because they only go north, south, east, west, right? How do I line up one field with another field? All right, here's how you do it. Go into create fields. See how I'm facing more or less south? And I'm looking at the corner of the field. Okay? So I'm going to face south and look at the corner of the field. Now I'm going to go to farming and look at field. See that steak? See how it's green? There it's red. Here it's green. Here it's red. This is the corner of the existing field. Okay? For one field tile, 1, 2, 3, 4. See how that goes to the edge of the existing field? If I fold over this way, see how there's basically 1 tile of distance between the two? Now, if I sidestepped one more step, boom, 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 okay? See, this is the corner. Boom. So let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now it fits. And there's just a little tiny gap between it. See where the dirt begins under the hoe there? So that's the little tiny gap. Okay? So that's how you can align your fields. All right? Boom, boom. Whoop, up, 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 up. Boom, boom. All right, I go over for 1, 2, 3, 4. But then I go this way. And we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, that's right to the edge of the path. And then let's see if we can get 10 tiles here. We can. Okay. Boom. Now, there's another field we've created. All right, we're right over the edge of the path. You can't mess. See how this path, again, it's brighter in the middle. That's the part you can't mess with. The lighter part or the darker part on the edge, you can mess with. Okay? All right, so now this field we haven't done anything with yet. So let's go back into management. Oh, and now I'm going to show you one other thing. So now we got field 1 and field 2. We can change the name. We click on the field. Down here it says custom name details. Boop. I'm going to put 01. I'll tell you why in a second. Flax, cabbage, rye. Why'd you put the 01, A-Train? See what just happened? It jumped. It will alphabetize these when you put a name in. I want to keep them in field order. Okay? I don't want beetroot above cabbage above flax. Does that make sense? So, field 2, do custom name details, and I'm going to do 02 oat/rye. Okay? This would be my animal feed field. Let's double click on it. See, we have a plain field here. We have nothing going on. Our villagers, once we build a farm shed and we get someone in here and we assign them to them and we provide them the tools and equipment and the seeds and the fertilizer that they need, they'll handle all this from here on. But you have to tell them what you want planted. So for an animal feed field, we're going to go spring, change the type. It's oats. Hello? Okay. Stop field editing. Now we're going to go to autumn. And we're going to keep the changes. So in autumn, we'll be harvesting the oats. And we'll change the plant type. And then we're going to go to rye. Stop field editing. We can go look at the there. Boom. Growing. So oats, growing, harvest, plant rye, rye growing, harvest, plant oats. And as long as you provide the seeds and the equipment and the fertilizer, your people will handle everything else. All right. Now, early game. We talked about this earlier. Skills. Farming. Skill farmer. 25% chance to harvest additional crops in the fields. Guess what your villagers do not have? The chance to harvest additional crops in the fields. Early game, you should do all the harvesting, then turn the fields over to the, unless you want to build your farming skills, which I highly recommend you build your farming skill. Do the work yourself. The first couple, 3-4 seasons, couple of years, don't grow your village too big, too quick either. Okay. All right. So that's how you set these fields up. Now, we may have room for another field over here, but I really would rather build buildings over here. If we're going to build stuff, I may come further up here, and we're going to lose this. Is that an eagle? I think that's an eagle. White-tailed eagle. Yes, white-tailed eagle. Yep, he's going to make little chirpy chirp sounds. Okay. Now, say we want to build another field up here. I'm not sure this will fit, but let's find out. So we're going to align this field with that field with this field. And we're going to do it a little bit different direction this time. So let's do this. Okay. There, it's off. There, it's off. So we know this is the corner of the field. So now we're going to line up with it. Go forward. 1, 2, 3, 4. If you choose, move forward. Sidestep right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're clear. If there's a tree or something in the way, look for that. And then you'll have to go remove it. Now we're going to go due south. 8, 9, 10. Perfect. We can get 10 in here. Boom. Notice all those flowers just disappeared. And we just built this in the eagle's spawn point, so the eagle will not spawn next season. All right. They'll show up this season, but they won't spawn next season. 75 meters is your limit. You got to build more than 75 meters away. Okay. All right. So that's why we have this big curved road over here for those of you who may have joined us late. All right. This curved road is our demarcation line. Do not build. Because if we want to keep our distance from the deer spawn, see how we now have a nice big curve here? We're 76 meters away from it. Yeah, that's because this is the best spot on the map. I mean, that's just all there is to it. You know what I'm saying? All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go through this one more time, just real quick to have it done. And in case anybody got any questions, guys, put those in the chat. Okay. I'm going to change this field. So field 2. So now we have field 3. We're going to change field 2, custom name details. We're going to change it to a second flax field because flax is your moneymaker. Okay, boom. Now field 3, this now we're going to do 03 oat / rye. Now we could do a beetroot field. No soup for you. Okay. And you could take beetroot and you could pair that up with rye. So beetroot plants in spring and harvest in autumn. Rye plants in autumn, harvest in spring. So there you go. You get your beetroot in, you get your rye, and use the rye is great to use for your flour as your base for your breads. Rye bread sells well. Not quite as, maybe better than wheat bread. Let's just take a look real quick. We need kitchen 2. Wheat bread, plus 80 food, 30 coins is a base. Rye bread, 27. Wheat sells for a little more than rye, but they both sell for more than oat. So you don't want to grow just oat. Grow oats to make animal feed. You'll have extra oat grains left and use that to make multigrain bread. Okay? But simply because rye grows from autumn to spring, that's a good crop to have to be your basis for all your breads. Because multigrain bread, you have to have a wheat grain, oat grain, or rye grain. 2 flour, though, that can come from any of them. So just have that come from rye. Then you don't have to grow as much wheat, and your oat and rye can be focused on animal feed for your piggies, which then is your fertilizer, which then take care of your fields without having to grow a bunch of crap to rot. Whereas you could sell it and make a bunch more money. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. Okay. All right. So now, field 2, flax and cabbage. Okay. So it shows stuff in the field, right? So we're going to do is change the plant type. We're going to empty the field and then just do double click on whatever you want to select here. Okay. And see how it's removing the oat, and it's just showing where now it's removing the rye as well. Now let's go over to autumn. Yes. Autumn is cleared as well. That was tricky previously. That gave the game problems. It was a bug for a while, but now we've cleared the field altogether. Okay. So we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to change plant type. In spring, we're going to plant flax. Flax. Savior of our village. Do, 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 do. Shut up, A-Train. Okay. That was the very first cassette I ever purchased. Believe it or not. Was the Flash Gordon soundtrack by Queen. Set this up. Stop editing. Go to autumn. Yes. And then we're going to change the plant type in autumn. Go to rye. So now we got 2 fields. Now, you may not want to do this early on unless you can provide the fertilizer. So keep in mind, the more plantings you do, the more fertilizer you've got to have. Right? But in case you missed the memo, I already have 21,000 something coins. Oh, plus I already bought. Did I already buy the stuff? Oh, yeah. I already bought the stuff. Yeah. I've already got 2 fields worth of fertilizer. And I've already got half the flax seeds I need. So, yeah, there's that. Yeah. I'm just saying. Let's go down here to oat. Do I have oat grain? Oh, look, I have 20 oat grain. Oh, yeah, I was going to do this slow. Hang on, where's beetroot? I think I got beetroot seeds, too. Beetroot seeds. I only have 9. I must have found those, so I can buy more. All right, so we'll buy more at the buy more. So here's what we're going to do on this field. We're going to do a little razzle-dazzle because I like to Scrabble. For field 3, management. See how it keeps them in order here now? Because you do the numbers at first. Don't use the letters. In the spring, this will be us. We have 20 oat. We're going to plant. Oh, you know what we're going to do? Belay that order. We're going to plant onions. Yes, you can do that too. Onions. Onions are good for flatbread with onions, which gives you a little more technology points and skill points when you make it. And it sells for more than regular flatbread. So flatbread with onion is a good thing. Right? Now, so here's the other thing. Early in the game, if you only have a handful of seeds, right? Maybe you can buy a few more to say get to 20. It's a nice even number. Then you just save those seeds for the next planting and you start building your seed bank, right? I'll buy more flax because I can. And then in the summertime, when we harvest the flax, I'm going to get like 240 flax seeds. I only need 120 to plant the next season. Right? But in this case, so we have the oat and rye. Okay. Change plant type. Oh, yeah. Got it. We're going to do beetroot in the middle. And then change plant type. And we're going to do oat on this side. Okay. All right. Stop field editing. Go to summer. Onions get harvested. Now we're going to already have 2 other fields full of cabbage. Otherwise, we could go ahead and plant these with cabbage, but we won't bother. All right. So then if we go forward to autumn, these harvest in autumn. All right. And as long as your villagers are anticipating there's going to be another planting in the field, then they'll go ahead and turn it and refertilize it and get it ready for the next planting. Hey, Alex, what's happening? Was the Flash Gordon song by Queen? All right. So now in autumn, we're going to have rye in the other 2 fields as well. So we really don't need to plant rye again. That will save us a planting worth of fertilizer. You see what I'm saying? But early game, and if you're working on less resources than I have, you may do 20 oat, and then you could do just a small field. You can create as big a field as you want. You don't have to plant the whole thing. That's an important point, I think, that needs to be made. Make your fields as big as you want based on your village. If you have aspirations of golden fields of flax off into the distance, by all means, make your fields 16 tiles long and however wide you want to make them. But that doesn't mean you have to plant the entire thing, A, with just flax, and B, in the first season. You'll save money by switching to Geico. If you plant a portion of it and then take the seeds to your seed bank, and you'll come out ahead. Say you planted 20 the first year, and then you have 30 the second year, and then you have 45 the third year, and then you keep growing it and growing it. And as you make money, then it's easy to buy a few more seeds, right? So maybe then you bump it up to 60, so then you have 90 the next year. You pick it up while I'm laying down here? Okay. So we'll just leave this one as is. So there's a plan. And I love it when a plan comes together. We got our 3 fields. We'll deal with those in a minute because we've still got frickin' 6 days worth of time left. All right. But now you can see on the map where the fields are. This is the one field that's been worked. Oh, yeah. No, I get it. Yeah, you just did all onions, then all cabbage, then all rye. What did you do with the cabbage, though, Storm? Did you use it to make pottage? Did you sell it? Did you feed the world with it? Or did you let it rot and turn to fertilizer for the next planting? Because that's a viable strategy. If you guys don't know, so it takes 10 rot to make 1 fertilizer. 1 fertilizer does 1 field tile. Okay? 10 rot comes in a variety of ways. The most efficient way is a head of cabbage decays into 4 rot. So basically, 5 heads of cabbage will give you 20 rot, which will give you 2 fertilizer. If you want to scale that up, then you can get an idea of how far that'll take you. Meat decays into 3 rot. I think fish and cheese decay into 2. Fish maybe only 1. Cheese is 2, and then everything else is 1. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Pottage is a good way to get fast food for your people. Absolutely. All right. So there is the start of the farm. Here we've got our areas marked out. We're not going to build here because we're going to keep Bullwinkle and Rocky and Bambi all together and safe. Okay. Now we want to build a farm shed. How long will it take us to unlock the farm shed? Let's look at the farm technology. We've already unlocked the barn. Okay. We only need 15, which means we need to do, we got 11.9 points. Let's see what happens when we whack the ground one more time. 11.9. I think it's 0.1. 12.1. It's 0.2, which baffles me. Where did that extra point come from? Anyway, so as we just wiggity whack the field here. Which am I? Wait, oh no, I went the wrong spot. There we go. We're just going to do this, and here's the other thing. Don't do this with an iron or bronze hoe, especially if you find one early game. If you're just wanting to build your farm skill, do this with a wooden hoe or a stone hoe, but you got to have a smithy to build a stone hoe. Just use the crappy wooden hoes and unlock the farm shed. And then if you want to do this somewhere else, okay? Oops, I don't need that out. If you want to do this somewhere else, like you want to build somewhere else on the map, you just pull out your hammer and demolish the field. But that's how quickly you can build up your farming XP to unlock the food storage building, the barn, and your farm shed. Boom. Done. Just like that. Okay. Let's see. This is a pretty good spot, I think. So here's what we'll do. We'll look at building our farm shed here. Like this. Ish. Could have it facing west. And you can kind of align it. All right. See how I'm facing west? So I know it's up against the edge of that field because that field's aligned east-west. Right? So I can step over this way a little bit, but I'm not going to do it that way. It would make more sense if it were facing the field. So let me turn this direction and we face north. Stand in the place where you live, now face north. Think about direction, wonder why you haven't before. All right. So if we do this here, this looks like a good place for a stick up. There's one thing I want to do, but I'm not sure if I can do it. Highly recommend. I don't think I have this unlocked yet. Oh, I have it unlocked. That was easy. All right. Let me see if I have the stuffs for this. You want to build a campfire right next to your farm shed. A campfire with benches. Why is that, A-Train? Because your people will then go hang out there in the morning when they're having their morning coffee or their pear and they want to chit-chat and gossip. And then when the whistle blows at 8 o'clock, they take 2 steps over to the farm shed, they change their clothes, they grab their stuff, they're in the fields, bing, Bob's your uncle. They're not wasting any time. Again, farmers are the one thing you need in the proximity doing their job, and you need to be able to see them doing their job. If you have miners and you have a... Hang on a second, I need some... If you have miners, and see where I'm located, the one kind of drawback to this location is the central cave is here, and we're over here. And the northern cave is here. So it's a little bit of a hike. I mean, even you could look at... I don't think it's any closer. Jezerika Cave is right in front. It's right here. Jezerika Cave is there. That's not really any closer. And Lesnica Cave is way the hell over here. So realistically, you want to go North Cave or Central Cave and put your mine in one of those. Your people can live in the village and they will be mining as they walk to work. And as they walk, well, they'll get off work at 6 p.m. and then they'll walk home. But work starts at 8 a.m., they'll walk and they will be collecting ore during that time. Just like if your person has to walk all the way across the village. So they're chilling over here with their friends. And say your smithy is over here. 8 o'clock, whistle blows, time to work. They're actually producing stuff from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's just how it works. Okay? That's how the game works. Production technology. Oh, yeah. I've already done enough stuff in cooking, roasting meat, and crafting simple bags. I've already unlocked the 4 production buildings. Yeah. Because that's how you do it. That's how you play the game, people. Learn how to shoot. Okay? Learn how to hunt, shoot. Kill deer and boar, moose, and when you're ready and you've got the equipment and the knowledge, hunt wisent. That's a lot of meat and a lot of leather. You craft that stuff, boom, your production technology goes soaring. Okay? In fact, let's see what we've got in the inventory right now. Leather. We have 25 leather. Okay? So, there's 2 things to look at. There's your production. We have 355 point. I better write this down. Yeah. And this looks like something useful. Okay. So 355.9. Okay. And that's your XP, your skill XP. And if we go over here to technology, there's your production technology, which we have 188 points. Okay. These are 2 different things. This will always be a fraction of the other. So this is your tech. Okay. So here, we're going to do 10 bags. Okay. We're going to hit Q, handcrafting, simple bags. We're going to hit R, and we're just going to do 10 of them because then we'll get a nice even number. Okay. Boom. Turn fast crafting on so this goes quick. Don't screw around, waste your time. There's other games out there you can play. All right, we've done 10. So now it shows we have 85 and we're down on that much less leather. All right, so now let's go back to skills, production. We're at 366.4. Okay, so 366.4. That is 11.5. So 1.15. Alex, is my math good there? 1.15 times 10? Not the weather app, stupid. The one next to it says calculator. 1.15 times 10 equals 11.5. Who knew? So now you just learned, hey, cool, Alex, appreciate you, buddy. Hope you're doing well, and we'll talk to you soon. So your crafting XP, production XP for making simple bags is 1.15 XP per. All right. Now let's go to the technology side. And we're at 191 points, which means we made 3 points for 10, which means it's 0.3 tech, which is down from 0.6 at one point. They nerfed it. In fact, it was higher than that, I think. A lot of stuff got nerfed in production tech. But we picked up 3 production technology points for making 10 simple bags. Picked up 3 points. All right? See how that works? So now we can just go in here and we can just finish REF. Boom. Make the other 15. And we'll pick up some more. Craft, craft, craft. I cannot emphasize that enough. Okay? Just keep crafting stuff. And that will make your production XP go up faster, and you'll get your buildings unlocked. Okay? And that's key because you want to have those buildings unlocked so in summer you can build them. All right? So now, from a simple standpoint, all right, so this is our pathway between the fields. Probably a good spot for the farm shed. We can always destroy this. This over here could be something. Yeah, you know what? Let's just face north. Go to build, farming, farm shed. And yeah, let's just put it a meter or so away. That way we can build fence around the field. Okay. Like there's good. And then we're going to come over here. We're going to go to furniture and decorations, campfires, and stone campfire, which we need some firewood. Oh, we do have firewood. We need 11 more stones real quick. So let me use my little thingy here. There's some stones over here. It's easier to see in first person. Dang it. There's a whole bunch of broadleaf plantain. Again, 2 XP per. Might as well grab them. Good. I mean, I got 132. That's more than you need for your health. And then there's all those berries. Oh, here's a bunch of stones over here. Cool. All right, so right here we are. Now, there's one other thing I could do here. Let me see if it's got it unlocked. Workshop. It's not in here. It's going to be here. Yeah, it's got sitting stumps. And log bench is when you get to the simple house. So we're not going to be able to do the log bench yet, but this is where I would put the fire pit. But the idea is I would put a bench here first to get your spacing good. And then you could, I mean, you could have it facing that way, whatever direction you want to have it facing, right? But put a bench over here so you know how far you want to have it away from the farm shed. Say like one there, and then do like one here, and then do like one here, one here, one here, and then you have enough for 10, and you put the fire pit in the middle. And then your people come over and chill and hang out here in the mornings, and bada bing, bada boom. Okay? Make sense? Cool? Cool. And then that said, we can come over here to this side, and we're going to grab the steak. Right? And we can plunk our first house down right here. So let's go to houses. Okay, honestly, I don't think there's any reason to build anything other than the simple small houses. You do not get a bump in villager happiness for the bigger houses. Okay? What you do get is you get an extra bed. That extra bed means you get extra children. Extra children means more years that women are out of the workforce and more mouths you have to feed. I see stories, you see them almost every day on the Facebook group. I'm in year 6 and I've already got 47 villagers. What? I got 12 kids running around. What? Are you insane? Don't do that. That's not a smart way to play. Play smart. I mean, play however you want to play, but I'm going to play smart. Me personally. All right, now, I need to, the only trick here is we need to unlock the woodshed, which is 100 points. So you got to build some stuff or cut a bunch of stuff down or mine a bunch of ore, which we could do to get the woodshed. Because once you got the woodshed, you get a second house built, and then you can get a villager in here cutting down trees for you. You don't have to clear cut the map at that point. You see what I'm saying? Because that to me is kind of like nice. I don't want to have all these trees cut down. So let's hang on. So in houses, my house, I'm going to build a wattle house. But for my villagers, I build simple, small wood houses. I don't build stone houses because realistically, peasants didn't live in stone houses. They lived in wattle and thatch, and then they moved up to wooden houses. Okay? I looked it up. It's on the internet. That's part of history. The game takes place about 1100 AD Poland. Okay? So, I don't feel like it's cheating if you just go up this one level. I think if you go here, your people, let's get real. You might make this your house because you're effectively the lord of the land, you know. So you could do your own house as a higher quality home, but I don't think peasants now. If you want to see what that does to happiness, aha, guess what? I have a chart. It is housing happiness guide. There it is. Now this is a little out of date. I do need to revalidate this, but I don't think the numbers have changed. All right, so if you have a house, a simple small house, and I put a third window into it. They come with 2 windows. I put a third window in. All right. And you build it out of wattle and thatch. Your villager, if you put them in a job they like, which is +6 happiness, if there are 3, your villager's happiness goes up 2 points based on their skill level in the job they're in. So if they're skill level 1, it goes up 2 points. And then when they go up to skill level 2, it goes up another 2 points. And skill level 3, it goes up another 2 points. And if you move them down to a different job, that's you go from a 3 to a 2, you're going to lose 2 points. Okay? But then they'll, maybe you're trying to get a 1 or a 2 off their resume. You see what I'm saying? Or you need somebody to work in this. Which is why the log and wood house is the smart way to go. Because villagers are happier, their faces turn green with happy when they go above 30% happiness. Okay? So that's why we go with the second one. But here what you have is wattle and thatch is 6% base happiness, insulation adds 7. Shutters are +3. So shutters count as a decoration. Yeah, three couples per year is going to let me know how that goes. I typically won't do more than 2 because it's easy to replace 2 bodies or make up the difference in production yourself. 3, you're starting to, depending on their skill level, it might then you're probably going to have to bring in more bodies to replace the bodies that you've got. And I don't like to start pumping kids out till I've really got 15 to 20 villagers going, because then you're hitting critical mass for your village and things will start rolling along really well. So anyway, all right, so each shutter counts as 1 + 1 decoration. And what I'll do is 3 shutters because it only makes sense, right? You close the shutters so the wind and the rain and the cold stay out of the house. Huh? Novel concept. We've talked about that before, though. Then you can do 3 window boxes because you can put pretty flowers. Chicory and St. John's wort are best because they bloom spring through autumn. And that's another +3 decorations. And then simple small house has 4 rug spots. So just do 4 simple like sheep rugs. And now you're at +10 happiness for decorations. You've maxed out your decorations with 3 window boxes, 3 shutters, and 4 rugs. There's other things you could do, but there's no point. Okay, the people don't care. It's not going to benefit anything but you, the player, walking into one of your random villagers' houses and, oh, look at this beautiful Himily, and oh, look at all this beautiful things I did here. No one cares except you. The villagers don't even care. So to me, that's just, there's not much point. All right. But now, if we build that same size house out of logs and wood with 3 windows, base happiness is 27%. Insulation will add 7 to 8. It got a little weird. Shutters +3. Okay. And then you're up to 38% happiness. And then a stone and wood tile roof. This is a tier 3 house. So it's tier 1, 2, 3. Gets you up to 49%. You add the other stuff, you're almost to 60% happiness. Yes, we've talked about that before. Shutters should be counted as insulation. And they could raise the villager, the occupant happiness simply because the home is better insulated and the wind is not howling through the windows, the open windows, because there's no glass, right? And then if you upgrade to the higher level shutters, that adds another, you add insulation and you add happiness, because then you go from functional to form and function, right? Does that make sense? So your base ones may not give you a happiness bump, but it gives you an insulation bump. But then the next level shutters gives you a +1 happiness and a +2 insulation bump. And then the third level shutters give you a +3 insulation, +2 happiness bump per window. So yeah, that's something that devs should do. Just saying. I have all kinds of ideas. All right. So yeah, that's kind of, you know, what you can do. So we're going to do a fire pit right over there. So this might be a good place to put a stick up. Buildings, houses. This will be our house. We're going to move right up here on the path. We're going to leave a little bit of room behind it. Actually, we'll back it off just a little bit, because I'll probably at some point upgrade it. Now, look where the steak, see that the light gray? You can't build in the light gray. You get into the darker stuff, and that's where you can build. Okay? Now, I haven't built the stairs yet, but I think the stairs are going to be right about here. Right? Yeah, see? Right there. Boom. And now we unlock the well. All right. Anybody have questions on building houses, how to move like your door and stuff like that? So I can show you that as well. Now, I'm not going to have anybody behind this house either, because this is here. You can't get rid of this pile of rocks. You can mine it, but that's permanent. You can get rid of this. You can get rid of this. Okay, you can get rid of that. You can get rid of those big rocks there. Clunky looking, moss grows fat on a rolling stone, but that's not how it used to be. Kind of rocks. You know what I'm saying? All right? Don't believe me? Okay. Boom. That's how you get rid of it. That's it. Okay. Oh no! Well, actually, I do need a truck down here because I did use up the water in my... Don't run with the hammer out. Plus, I'm probably stinky. 18%. The other good thing about this area, now it's really better further down, but the water's deeper over here. Boom. And now, we're clean. Oops. Yeah, you can move doors and windows. Absolutely. You could still move doors. Wait. You said that you didn't know you could still move doors and windows. All right, hold on. I'm not sure how to interpret that. So did you think maybe it was allowed at one point and then not allowed at a later point? I'm just curious, because I'm trying to understand, because then I'll explain it how it's done. I need to get some logs though. Well, I got 6. That's not enough for the frame though. What do I have here? What do I have? I got a potion of strength. I got a plum wine. Tell me I have some henbane, please. Oh, I don't have henbane, do I? That's gonna suck. Do I have a potion of sobriety? I do. Okay, very good. All right, so we're going to take a plum wine and a potion of sobriety, because I'm not going to walk around drunk. All right, what's the deal with the potion? The plum wine, A-Train. It's the biggest strength buff you can get in the game. It's plus 160 strength. So the bottom left, see the white deal with the watch. That's it. One whack. Now I'm going to show you a trick to know about this though. Wait. Okay. We're just going to go around and cut down trees here for a minute. Just don't let them fall on you. Okay. And here's the other thing about the game. These trees look kind of scrawny, right? This tree should be a little less logs. This tree should be more logs. That tree over there should be even more logs. 10 stages of tree growth. This would be like a tier 1 tree right here. This little steak. You know what I'm saying? Talked about that ad nauseum too. All right. So I don't want to clear cut the entire place. That's 20. Spruce trees. Spruce trees are inefficient. Anything less than maples are inefficient. What do you mean, A-Train? Because you get more return on investment out of maple trees. You get 4 logs. Okay? Stay away from the tree till it stops spinning. Okay? Once it stops moving, you're good. Spruce trees, you only get 3 logs. That does not include cutting up the root. Okay? Oh, you couldn't figure it out. Oh, okay, I'll show you. So if you leave a tree laying on the ground, you don't cut up the root, it will grow back in 2 years. Which is dumb, but whatever. Okay. Sure, let's get a few more. Bip. And boop. Okay. Now, each one of those strikes used 1 durability of my axe. Okay, because I don't want to bust my axe. I have some cheese. I have some, oh, she's my cherry pie. I have some of that. That's plus 100. Got some flatbread. That's plus 24 food. That, I feel like that went up. Plus 24? Really? I thought that was like plus 18. Here's a meat pie. That's plus 100 food. They were free. I might as well eat them. Plus, well, whatever. More health, more weight limit. What else do I have? Oh, look, I got roasted meat. Your roasted fish meat, which is great too. That's good. All right, cool. All right, so now, here's the thing. So it only took 1 whack with my iron axe, right, to drop a tree. Boop. Done. Back away. Back away from the tree. Now, all right. But it's going to take 2 whacks to cut it into logs, right? And when you cut down a tree, there's 3 parts to get the full XP up here and up here because you're getting extraction XP. Okay? You have to cut the tree down, then you have to hit it twice with an axe. Right? But because every single tree you have to hit twice with an axe, it doesn't make a lot of sense to do that with your highest quality equipment. So let me see if I've got a stone axe, which I think I do. I do. We're going to burn through this one first. Okay? So let's switch to the stone axe. Why use your good axe? 1, 2. Done. Logs. I have unlimited weight on still. Okay? Use the crappy stuff to do this. I know it seems goofy, but when you're in early game and you have 1 iron axe, you're picking up what I'm laying down, that's effectively a weapon too. You'd rather have that than a stone axe, right? Because if you look at your stats here, I mean, even the copper axe is 45 slashing damage, but only has 150 durability. The iron axe, which I happen to have more than 1 of, so it's not really a big deal. It's 1,000 durability, but it's 60 slashing damage. Right? Whereas the stone axe, which you can craft yourself, is 40. Wait, what? Did they raise that? I thought that was like 30 before. Oh, that's... okay, whatever. Anyway, there you go. Now, point something else. When a tree is falling, when you initially fell the tree, it will hurt you. But once it stops moving and you hit it with the axe... Did you see that just hit me in the head? That literally fell on my head. Did you see that? My health was not affected. Okay? Because it's inert. Means it will not hurt you. All right? So now we got a level of extraction. You want to level up your extraction quickly for this reason. Let's look at that. Extraction. Here's your tier 1 skills. You got to unlock a tier 1 before you do tier 2. Your objective is to get the mule. This will give you 5 kilograms, then 10 kilograms, then 15 kilograms of extra carry weight. And once you get the simple large backpack and the large pouch, will allow you to max out at 80 or 85 kilos. All right. So you want to get the mule. Mule is a tier 3 skill, which means you got to unlock a tier 2 first, and then unlock tier 3. Extraction knowledge. Okay, you get more XP gain. Okay, fine, whatever. Treasure hunter. More chance to find items digging in clay pits. Eh. That don't impress me much. Thank you, Shania. I don't bother. Force of nature, though, 5% slower durability loss of axes. I think I want my equipment to last longer. Let's put a point there. Now we have tier 2 unlocked. Master destruction is where you get resources back from destroying structures. Unless you're going to rebuild your village, move your village or whatever. Now you don't even have to. Now you can just pick shit up and move it around. Back in my day, you had to tear the damn thing down and then go build it somewhere else. Nowadays, you kids can just magically pick it up and move it. They just make the game easier and easier. They make it harder in one way, make it easier in other ways. Because people just want to be able to dick around with the game. It's a little bit annoying. One with the earth is slower durability loss of pickaxes and shovels. That to me is the better thing to get. You don't need this till later. That's smarter. Then you go for careful miner because you get extra deposits, but you get mule first. And then you can do excavation master, which is slower stamina loss. You love the move feature? Well, here's a hint. Don't put it in the wrong place to begin with. Plan it out better. I'm just giving y'all hell. I don't care. It's like the whole thing with the, range storage, remote storage crap. I felt that was hinky too, but that's just me. All right. So let's keep working this here. Boop, 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 boop. We got more trees over here. Cut down trees, ate my lunch just like my papa. Now again, our objective here is to unlock the... Oh, that tree's just hanging around. Boop. Watch. It rolled right off my head. No damage. Okay, everybody understand that? Do not stand under the tree when it is falling initially. It will kill you. Dead. And rule number 1 of the damn Bongino show and the game is, don't get dead. I love how when you chop this up, the shadows open up, though. That's cool. All right. Is that... Oh, nope. This one's hanging around. Boop. Bop. Hey. There we go. Now we've got our storage buildings unlocked. That's intact. Okay. That'll do for now. Which is kind of stupid. I should probably run over to a cave or something and mine a bunch of stuff. Well, I've got the plum wine in effect. All right, so here we are at the house. All right, so we're going to bop till you drop. All right, we got enough sticks and stuff to do this. We'll upgrade it later. All right, so here's the door of the house, right? If you want to change the position of your door, the first thing you do is turn it into a window. So there's edit. Or you could make it a wall section too. But say I want to move it to that position. All right? Because that kind of makes sense. All right? We're going to change it to a window. Actually, that was the wrong one. That's okay. Let me edit and do window there. Wattle and thatch. All right, now you come over here, go edit, and make this the door. And that changes the layout of the house. And it's cool because you can do that going this way too, and then your houses all start looking different, right? So it's not everything looks stupid, right? So let's just do that, and then let's just say we're going to make this the door. Then you got the gables facing different direction. Pretty cool, huh? All right. That actually is not a bad idea. Now that I think about it, I've wasted the logs already. I may do that with other houses. We're going to put it back like it was. So this is my house. I don't care about the materials in my house. This is where I put the third window, though. Right next to the door. So you create a little airflow that way, or you can create a little airflow that way. This, you know what I'm saying? It just seems to make sense to me. All right. So that's how you move the door on your house. And I'll do that particularly when I'm building on a slope, right? Because I don't want the stairs going downhill. So if the stairs are looking downhill, I'll move them to the other adjacent location. So then they're actually going into the slope. I just feel like that's a smarter and safer way to do it. Whatever. Right? So, bop. Oh, we need two more stones. Stones. There's some stones. You know something? I still need... What the hell? Was I not paying attention? I probably wasn't paying attention. I need a raise at work. I'm too poor to afford to pay attention. There we go. Boop, boop. Now remember, each of these you pick up off the ground is +2 survival XP. I hate to do what I'm about to do, but I'm about to do what I'm about to do. What the hell am I hearing? I think I got that cart already. All right, that's good. All right, let's do a drive-by fruiting here. Cool. All right, now, wait a minute. Hold it. Do you have to unlock the move feature? Where is the move feature? I don't even know how to do the stupid move feature. Is that a skill you have to actually unlock? Or no? I don't guess it is. All right, what if I want... Do I have to complete the house first? Ah, there's move. Okay. So let me think about this for a second here. If I go here... I don't want to go due west. I want to go along the line here. So let's kind of line this up so I'll have a... That's good enough. Yeah. All right, let's go over here. Cool. What the hell? Oh, there we go. Now we're moving. Oh, it won't let me move it in place. Okay. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. All right. Let me just move it here. And once I move it here, then I should be able to... Okay. Move it here. Why are you moving it there, A-Train? Wait a minute. Q and E rotate. Rotate, 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 rotate. Why are you rotating it, A-Train? Because we're going to make it look like a cool house, not a fool house. Eh? Okay, so let's just move it up a little bit. That, sure. That looks good. Clunk. Okay. That saved me the logs. I wasn't going to do it because of the logs. All right, so now it's gone from there. Okay. Oh, shoot. Oh, that's why it wouldn't build over here. Okay, well, you know what? Screw you, hippie. Great, now I got to do this again. All right, now. Want a little bit of space out the back. That looks about right. Sure. Okay, cool. Now, let's go back into build mode and let's get rid of the front or the door. And now let's put the door here. Cool. And now, aha! That's much better. Hell yeah. I like that. What do you guys think? Now the rain falls off the side, so when you come out, you're actually under a little bit of cover, as opposed to here where you're walking out and immediately it's a downpour on top of your head because of everything coming off the roof. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was doing that. I was thinking about that earlier. I was like, oh, yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Let's do the houses that way. Cool. All right. Let's construction XP. 77.2. What the hell? Dumbass. That wasted logs. What an imbecile. E. There. Waddle. Okay. All right. 77 point, although that may have just changed. 77.2. 77 point. 77.2. Still 7. Oh, I'm out of straw. I thought I'd picked all that up. All right, well, we got enough logs. Oh, no, we don't. We don't have the attic. That's okay. All right, let's run down here and grab some straw. Doofus. Yay, Megan's back. You like planting the forestry? I haven't gotten around to playing the forestries. I really haven't played since 2.4 came out. All I did was, when the gift baskets came out, well, let's grab this while we're here. I went around and grabbed the gift baskets, and I created 2 seed games. So I have a seed game on Oxbow and a seed game here on the Valley. So where I've collected all that stuff. Holy crap. This is great. 2 XP per. Might as well. It's right there, right? All right. There we go. Now again, you're getting usually 1 to 2, sometimes 3 straw here, but you're only getting +2 XP regardless for your survival skill. All right, that's more than enough. Let's go. Let's get a sip of the water. Yeah, so this is cool. You got this here, you got a little bit of a, but there's a quicker drop off right here, kind of in this area. So you can build your fishing pier, and then you'll be able to run out here and just boop. You start building a fishing pier, and then you can actually turn it into a swimming dock, which is cool. All right, so speaking of survival skill, we're already at level 5. We have survival sense. We have 1 insensitive, survivalist, and we have maxed out athlete. That's your objective. Now we have another point. Less damage received or survivalist. No. Yeah. We'll go strong as oak. Why are you going strong as oak, K-Train? Because that's 10% more XP. And that's the difference between 2 hits from a Wizzink killing you and not killing you. So in bed now. She wanted me to check if I got into piggies yet. No, I'm working on the house though. So, but here's the thing. When you add a point or to your XP, you have to consume something to get the XP up. I should have just eaten broadleaf plantain, but that's okay. All right, so we have our house over here. We have the hizzle. And we changed the orientation so that it looks cool. Because now the gable's on the front. And then that leaves... Oh, we do have logs. Cool. All right, we've got this house. Now that's chapter 1 complete. Which adds, I think, because I play with double on... your chapter quests are what add buildings on the valley. Now, you don't have to worry about that on Oxbow. Okay? So if we go to management... See, now we have 2 buildings out of 10. You start with 5. Now we have 10. So it starts doubling up through here. All right? But now you got to do stupid little stuff like set a rabbit trap. Like, you know, boom, boom, rabbit trap, boom, done. Okay? That just gets that done. Make a wooden spear. Craft a stone knife. Stone knives are not worth the crap in the game anymore. You'll get survive. The only thing you really benefit is you get survival XP for picking up all the crap off the ground. But you don't get the money. You don't get the diplomacy. You don't get... oh, you know what? There's an animal. Is that a bird? Got him. On the move! On the move, people! On the move. I'm just saying. Get good with a bow. Couldn't even see him, and I was on the move. And he was on the move, too. Plink. Task done. Now I got to survive for a season. All right, so no big deal. We've done all the crap we need to do. We can leave that there, whatever. All right? So now we got the house built. Got the hizzle. We can throw together this. Boop. Bip. Bop. Boop. Boom. Bip, bop, boop, boom. Okay? Get good at shooting. I'm just saying. I cannot reiterate this enough. Now, part of what I did here is I kind of left... Now, if you try putting like a thing of poppies in front of the house, you really have to have them oriented north, south, east, west. Otherwise, just put like your planters in here, and I guess you could dink around with the new little bushy things or whatever. But you could just put some planters of flowers in here or whatever. But if you do your houses north, south, east, west, we're doing more of an organic design here. Then you could use, you know, a couple of farm tiles and plant poppy or something. Or if you put it far enough back, you could put a tree out front and have like apples. All right. So we've gone through farming. We've gone through a whole lot of XP stuff. We've gone through how to build a house, how to move the door around. Hunting. Gone through some of that. What else you guys want to know? Because it's about Star Trek time for me. If you guys hit that like button, by the way, sure really appreciate it. Helps the channel. This is my favorite area on the map to build, though. We're between Gustovia over there and Denica over there, and then this is the Gustovia to Denica road, and then the Gustovia to Rolnica road is right over there. Survive for a season. Unigoth story. Unigoth story. You have 18 years to complete. Don't rush it. Talk to Dobraniga. That's his wife. She needs her ride delivery. Then you go talk to some farm chick. Then you got to go to Rolnica. Then you got to come partway back. All right, spoiler alert. I'm going to tell you how to solve the deal. You'll find some blood paths over here. Let's just get this up and ready to go. Now, there's also a abandoned camp that will appear right here. And it's a nice one. It's a hunting camp. So you'll be able to get a bow and some arrows and stuff out of it. See the wabbit? See the wabbit? Aim over the wabbit's head. Draw the weapon. Up, down, shoot. Goodbye. Mr. Rabbit didn't even know I was there. Now, I'm going to look to see. There it is. Pull your arrow first. I mean, my arrow came through there with such velocity it went through the rabbit. Okay? And I don't typically mess with the wabbits. Wascally wabbits. All right, back to the story. Dobronega's story, there's a courier that was supposed to bring the rye from Rolnica there to Gostovia over there. Okay? That dude's hurt. There's a blood trail leading to him. Spoiler alert. About to tell you where he is. You're going to find him right over here. He'll be right here. Okay? Then give him some broadleaf plantain to heal him. Blah, blah, blah. And then you got to go all the way back to stinking Rolnica and talk to Nadar or whoever again. And then he will give you the rye delivery. And then you take it back to Dobronega. And then bada bing, bada boom. That's all good. You know what we're going to do? I'm not going to fap around with this stuff. Look out of the way. What? Oh, shoot. I don't know if we can get there quick enough. Let's run. How about a potion of stamina? That might be a good idea. Stamina. If you play on PC, okay, I have the seed game for this. Okay? Which means I have the save. I've actually posted it on my Discord so you can download. Oh, well, I might have done this a timer. 20, 50, 100. We're almost up to woodshed. This is good. We got these buildings already unlocked. So basically we've got all of our level 1 buildings until as soon as we get this done, all of our critical buildings will then be unlocked. In summertime, you build this stuff because you're going to have your flax harvest. Boom. Then you're going to have some onions. Boom. And you need to go clear a cave. Boom. And you're going to need buckets for water and wood bowls to make pottage. Boom. I'm just waving my hands in the air like, see? This is how you play the game. Boom. Confetti. All right? Like, unlock that. Unlock that. That's all you need. You don't need any of this crap. You use this later if you're making potions. Wooden plates, you only need those for one stinking thing, and that's meat with gravy. So don't even bother. It cracks me up. People say, oh, I make all kinds of money with wooden spoons. Okay. All right. If that makes you happy. Oh, I didn't take the potion of... I just want to get to Uber here pretty quick. Potion of stamina. Oh, we only have one. What is the pair one? Plus 40 stamina. Well, how about that? Plus 40 alcohol. I'm not going to... Yeah. I don't want to burn through another potion of sobriety. You got to hang on to one to do the Kestrel story in the Yurgos quest line. So if you find one, hang on to it. Pigs on the right, deer on the left. There's 2 deer spawns up there. It's a double spawn. Bad guy camp appears right here. It's the Cabbage Patch Bandits. Okay, so watch out for them. The fences will protect you from the boar so you can get by. There's links here as well. As I was saying, kitty, go away. I've seen the lynx kill a bandit, so it's pretty cool. All right, what are you doing, A-Train?
How can I help you?
Take me to Lesnica. Now we got to run across town here real quick. Let's go. Places, people, places. Let's go. Where are you? There you are. Theobald.
I believe we haven't met.
Nope, but I got some money for you, bro. Copper bolts. Because you don't have bronze yet. Because the game is kind of dumb. All right. He's got a toy sword. That's not a bad idea. You buy a wooden crossbow. Who needs a wooden crossbow when you have an iron crossbow? Oh! He's got iron pickaxes, though. What? Sure. In fact, you have some money. What am I going to do with this? Let's see. Let's sell him some wine. And let's sell him these sickles. Buckets. We're going to have the woodshed in a minute anyway. So then we can make planks. Then we'll have the workshop. We can make buckets. Don't need the buckets. Hold on to the clay. That's your insulation. Clay vial I don't need. Copper axe. Sure, that's good for your lumberjack because I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. Got some copper ore. Don't need a cudgel. Don't need deer skulls. Elite collar. That's armor. But it kicks your ass in heat protection. So, I mean, really? Oops. He can't afford it. He can't afford it. We'll have to find hood. He can afford that, but all right. Don't need the fur. Excuse me. Iron battle axes. We're gonna keep all the irons. Oh, I already have an iron pickaxe. Don't have to buy that after all. Okay, so from the Department of Redundancy department, we have an iron sword which does 80 slashing damage, and we have an iron battle axe which does 85. Now, by my math, and I went to school in the 80s in public school, so 85 is better than 80. So, though a sword looks cool, choose your own adventure. Poo. I know what I could have done. Oh, wait, I do know what I can do. Pear wine, I don't want that. Cecily wants that. Poison, because that girl is poison. Never trust a big button to smile. Potions of temperature we won't need. Saturation we won't need. Sobriety will hold. These are okay. If you're playing with weight on, these are good. Pouch of spices. Oh, I didn't stutter. Rich coat. See, I've already got some winter clothing. You know, so, I mean, that's plus 30 heat protection. And a rich hat. Oh, roasted meat. That'll sell a bunch. Rye beer. If you're playing with weight on, this is your best weight buff. Plus 30 kilograms. Okay? And we got simple bags. Boop, boop, boop. And now he's broke. Hooray. Now, what was I looking at? Copper bolts, yes. We'll take 30. Sure. Because now I am dangerous. Okay. All right. Hold on a second, folks. I have to make a quick pit stop. Then we're going to wrap this up here shortly. But, causality. Everybody say hi in chat. Chit chat for a minute. Introduce yourselves. And hit that like button. I'll be right back. All right, on my way. Almost there. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. All right. Everybody hit that like button? Make sure you hit that like button. The best pace in regards to growing the village. All right, good question. So I've already got a house built, right? It depends in part on what you find if you go on a recruiting trip. All right. Let's see here. I don't need this. Now I want to take the rest of my money back from this guy. So hang on. Bear with me for a minute here. Stone knife. We don't need that. Honker. I got 2 pairs of thick gloves. We'll sell one of those. I got thin gambazon. He can't afford it. Oh, and I got all this freaking berries. That's 67 kilos right there. Warm boots. I think I've got... I think I've got higher quality boots in here somewhere. By the time winter comes around, I'm already going to be at Smithy or at Sewing Hut level 2. So I'm going to be able to make any of the... Oh, excellent boots. Yes. Yeah, plus 18 cold protection. And they give you more damage protection. So yeah. And if I needed to sell them, they're 500 coins. So yeah, thin boots. Nah. Or warm boots. Don't need those. They're plus 3 cold protection. Well, oh, he doesn't have enough coins. Okay. How about I buy... Never mind. I've got some wooden bolts. Wooden bolts are good if you're using a crossbow and you're fishing or you're hunting small game. Rabbits, birds, even foxes. Okay? The part with birds and the rabbits is it's a game-related thing based on the physics mesh. Is sometimes you'll basically blast through them. Do you remember when I shot that rabbit a minute ago with the iron arrow? It was like embedded in the ground. If that thing gets through the physics mesh, done, gone. Forget it. It's gone. Forget about it. Okay. Look here. Wool fabric, 70. Wool thread, 35. So why would I sell this when I could turn it into this and make double the money? You see what I'm saying? Now I could probably, you're not going to get any wool recipes, I think, until Sewing Hut 2. So I'll sell that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Oh, you know what? Give me a copper hammer. What's the durability on that? Hang on. Oh, 400. Yeah, sure. That'll do. So here you can have that. Now I got 285. Oh, wait. Remember? Oh, we still need 5 freaking... damn it. I shouldn't have sold him that last thing. Okay. Just give me one more. Give me 2. If you're going to give me one, you might as well give me 2. Boom. Done. Sweet. Thin gambazon. A thick gambazon is good to have. That's your cloth armor. It's not good against projectiles, but it'll keep you warm and it won't overheat you. Otherwise, the rich coat is good. And it looks better than the warm clothes, the winter clothes that you have in the game. They look like crap. Okay. That's good. Thanks. All right, let's see what we got here. What's your story, Ingarda? She's a 2468 11-point NPC. Nope. Survival expert. Roberta. Good God, you're a 10-point NPC. Can you tie your shoes? Now, there's other vendors. There's the Huntress up here, and there's the lady over here. The extraction specialist. She's got geish. So, if you want to sell more stuff, I'm not really where I want to sell stuff. I could sell this armor. Oh, wait, nope. Shouldn't have enough money for that. This is the problem. Anybody who tells you make elite stuff to sell is a fool. Don't listen to them. Make bronze stuff. Iron stuff, maybe. But if you're going to vendors, they're not going to have 2,000 frickin' coins. Maybe the smithy does, and maybe the tavern keeper does. Possibly the seamstress. They tend to have the most money. And then your kitchen person, or if you find the fine jewelry, fine items vendors. But most of your vendors don't have that kind of money. They don't. So there's no point in making the most expensive crap in the game. And you can't wear it during the summer. Look, this is 36%, negative 36% heat protection. Okay? With an elite collar. Iron armor, minus 34%. That's minus 70% heat protection. If you go to an all elite armor setup, it's like minus 180 heat protection. You're going to cook so quick, it's not going to matter. All right? So, no point. Just sell the stuff. Okay? Now, I guess you could sell it from your market stalls, but you really can't. What do you mean, A-Train? Because your market stalls make a set amount of coin per season, well, per day, based upon the skill level of the market stall worker. That's it. And it doesn't matter what they're selling. If their limit may be 200 coins a day, and it doesn't matter if you sell 40 meat at 5 coins per thing of meat, or one 200 coin item X. It doesn't matter. That's the most they're going to make. All right. Now that amount increases as they go up in skill level, but it's a set amount that you make per day. So to me, it's better to make a bunch of kind of cheapish mid-level stuff, maybe pottage or cheese or loaves of bread, and sell that stuff. Don't make expensive stuff. You're not going to make any more money. Are you picking up what I'm laying down here, folks? I'm trying to make life easier for you. Understand the game. And don't believe these people that get online and they start saying, the keyboard warrior saying, yeah, just make this and you make that. Make a bronze mace. A bronze mace will make you a crap ton of money, and it has very little components to go into it. So you could bronze bar, for example. Now I have to pay 210. Do I have any points in diplomacy yet? Okay, hold on. Just relax there for a second. Do I have a point in diplomacy? I have diplomacy knowledge. Okay, so the more stuff you buy, the more diplomacy you get. Talking about recruiting is it true my understanding that any villager you reject because of their stats, you will not get a repeat of those stats? Oh, I don't know about that. I think it's just a random generation thing. May the forge be with you too. Oh, I should have said, and also with you. That would be the Methodist thing to say. And also with you. Anyway.
It was nice seeing you.
So, if you're not familiar, here in Lesnica, right over in this spot right here, a couple of bad guys can appear. There's a bandit camp that'll form right here. That dirt area right there. Okay. Now, also, they can appear down here at the bridge. And then also they can appear across the creek on the path over there. So that's 3 bandit spawns right in this area. All right. Let's not run past the free XP.
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah, let's just go back over. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to... Oh, also, crash cart. Oh, no, that's not a crash cart. It's a lumber site right here. There may be a crash cart across the path, across from it. I've already cleared this, though. Sometimes there's a crash cart right up here. Don't go too far, though, because there's boar up in them there hills. And then also don't forget that there's I think this is where I got the pickaxe from. The pickaxe spawned over here on the hillside. Move, birds. Move. If you come running over here, so this is Denica, right? And you look up here, and you look at that spot right there. See a little slash in the rock right there? If you see some loose stones laying there, there'll be like 5 of them. Run up here, and there'll be a bronze pickaxe sticking out of the rocks. Okay? You're welcome. Since we're here, and I know they're off duty here, but he's in his house. He shouldn't have gone to bed yet. As long as people haven't gone to bed yet, you should be okay. Okay, farmer. Wait. Oh, he's here. No, he's not. The hell is he? He's on the other side. Move, Walklaw. Walklaw! All right, are you over here chilling? Because I thought your house was over on the other side. Broad, Daggerbert.
How is life treating you?
Good. See what you got.
To see my wares?
Yeah, let's see what you got there, G. We're going to get 60 of these. And, I've already bought him out of a bunch of stuff. Oh, let's get 60 more flax. That'll be about here. Close. We got 20 oat. How much beetroot do we have? We have 4. We need 16 beetroots. All right, so we got 20 root, 20 beetroot, 20 oats, and we need 20 onion. Let's see how many I've got. If I've got any. Oh, yeah, I got 20 onions already. Sweet. Oh, no, I don't. I have 20 oat grain. I need onion seeds. Give me some onions. I must have sold him the hard soap. Oh, yeah, I've sold stuff to him. That's why he's got this goofy stuff that he wouldn't normally have. 15. Cool. All right, so now we got stuff to plant our fields with. We still need some more fertilizer. We can get that at one of the barns. Kinga's already gone off to wherever she's gone off to. She's the cook. So what we want to do is set ourselves up for success here as soon as possible. We'll head back over. Hey, Lynxie, shut up. Here's the damn. Wait a minute. Hold on. Did both of them move? Because I saw one on the right. And now they're up here. You don't want to go charging headlong flight. Good Rush song. Yeah, move, kitty. Give them a second to get out of your way. Because otherwise they'll attack you. You don't want to... And this is what you got to be careful of with the foxes. The foxes are the biggest pain in the ass. Because they may be in a bush, and you go charging up on the bush not knowing they're there. Next thing you know, you got an ankle biter attacking you, and they'll kill you. That's stupid. Rabbits you can just smash with a hammer or your hands or something, and boom, they're dead. We're really close to unlocking the woodshed, which is the first thing you want to build for somebody to work in. Okay. And long fly. All right, we got a rabbit, a wascally wabbit. There you go. All right, so let's do this. Let's set up another house here. Whoop, whoop. And we're going to do a simple small house, but a wooden house, okay? And we're going to set it back off the path a little bit, all right? Now, people ask, how do you set up your village? And my typical response is, I set up my village to make it easier for me to play the game, because the villagers do not care where stuff is. They just think it, okay, is this in resource storage? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, cool. Done. And they do their deal. Okay? Now, you can do a centralized area where you have your resource storage, and then you have your workshop, your smithy, and your sewing hut right outside it. That way, I mean, if you use remote storage, yeah, it can be 50 meters away. And then when you go to level 2 storage, it can be 100 meters. And then when you go to level 3, it can be 200 meters away. Whatever. Okay, you can move it, whatever. So you can make the village layout convenient for you, the player. Or you can do kind of a couple of different things. And one would be to have artisans. Now, this is a concept specifically that term artisan is used in manor lords, where you build a burgage plot, which is a big plot, and then a house goes on it. And if you make it big enough, there's room for a second house, but then there may be room, you can do fields in the back, or you can do an artisan workshop. So in this case, right, there's this. Oh, son of a wait. Nope, I know what we're going to do today, Ferb. We're going to turn this house. There we go. All right, so we're going to move it over here. Hey! Thank you! That game is stupid. Sucker! I didn't have to build shit. Like, awesome. Love it when a plan comes together. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It just counted me rebuilding the same thing over and over again. How dumb is that? All right. Oh, I know what the problem is. This is the problem. This is the way. Okay, now, we got that. Wow, that cracks me up. Clearly. Sound like an idiot. All right, because I want the gables, yeah, facing the front. All right, so actually, wait a minute. Let's turn the house. I have a plan. Great. Custer had a plan. All right, so let's cozy up to the, yeah. What about farmers? What about farmers? We are farmers. Dum 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 dum. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. I have a plan. Trust me. All right, so we're going to change this door. Whoop, nope. This is this. Okay, cool. And we're going to make the door here. Let's look at that. Okay, so if we put the door here. Sure. Then we need to add another window. Let's give them a view of the lake. Cool. All right, now, so here's this. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then here in his backyard is going to be the woodshed. Actually, so this is going to be the woodshed dude's house. Now we could always change that around going forward. Cool. There, a little curve to it. That's all right. A little organic. I mean, it's not like they were using string lines and stuff. You know what I'm saying? All right, woodshed. Wood. Damn, dude. Okay. Oh, I need stones. Stones would be... I know there's tons over here by the water. So getting your first person, you want a person who is a extraction specialist. Okay? Because you want them to cut down trees for you so you don't have to freaking destroy the forest. Right? All right. So now we do this. We do this. Do this. Crap. Do that. Run down here. We get, how much more do we need? Well, we need, oh, we don't need it for his roof. We're going to need 2 more straw here. And then we got to go cut down some more trees. Because we're going to have planks. And planks for the memories. Hey, did I see this yet? Oh, I did not. Leave the rot. Oh, I just freaking grabbed a whole bunch more than I needed, didn't I? That's all right. We're helping out our survival skill. So if you're going to do this, and I mean, there's things you can use it for later. There you go, 50. 50's good. Also, I don't know if I came over here yet. Now, somewhere in here, there's pike. I don't remember if I came over here and got the pouch. I think I may have. I have not. Iron shovel. Move the stone. Doo, 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 doo. Okay, cool. Do I have fishing spears? I do have fishing spears, don't I? Of course I do. I have tons of everything. Kidding me? I do not have fishing spears. Did I sell them all? What the hell did I do with my fishing spears? A blockhead. One time I built, this one time at band camp, I built a village right through here. You guys might remember that. It was like season 4. Anyway, so there's pike right here, right? If I look around long enough, we'll find them. But I had a fishing hut right here, I think. And you could get on the roof of the fishing hut and you could spearfish, or you could shoot the fish from there. You get 2 lumberjacks right away. It's not a bad idea. I have several days left in the season, so that could happen. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do that, and then we're going to use up the logs we have here. And I'm going to build the framing for the roof first. I had some planks already, too. And now we're out of... Okay, so now we need logs. And this is what sucks. So we're going to go back into... Not that. This. We're going to truck our way over here. I don't like seeing all the felled trees. It is what it is, but it doesn't have to be what it's got to be. All right, these are spruce. All right, so again, we got 2 ways we could do this. Oh, hey, listen. Oh, boy. I forgot. We have copper bolts now, which is 45 piercing damage on top of the iron crossbow 55. So now we have 100 points of damage capability. So let's just see what that does to Bullwinkle here. Shall we? I think we shall. All right, we're up now. All right, that effed him up. Took 2 shots. Oh, by the way, there's a trunk here. Those were the 2. Let's see if the rounds are still... Oh, look, there's a piggy. Hey, piggy. Oh, you know what? I'm going over that way in a minute anyway. Hey, you be quiet over there. I was just testing something out. Now I'm going to test out. All right, so now, notice the stamina already recovered. Remember we talked about this other? Yeah, I hate deforesting too. Let me switch weapons. I'm going to show you this again. All right, so we talked about with the bow, how when you draw the bow back, your stamina is burning down the entire time, right? Now, watch when I load the crossbow. Watch the bottom left of the screen, the green arc on the left. That is my stamina, okay? You're going to see it drop about 25% and then immediately start recovering as I load the weapon. It's already recovered up. I'm on target. I'm on target. I'm on target. I'm on target. Hello? Oh, his backside's facing towards me. Hey, Arkansas, Piggy. Toast. Talking to you. Bacon bits. Recovery weapon first. Check the area. Where's his buddy? Where's his buddy? Nobody around. Always ask, where's your buddy? It is inevitable that you will get your ass kicked by something you didn't think to see. Now, ostensibly, there's something still alive out here. So let's reload. And let's go kill the boar. All right, those are the stinking badgers. We don't need... Oh, there he is. Hello. 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 Are there two of you still or just one? Well, there's just one less of you now. Shit. Now, here's the bad news. The bad news is he rolled over onto my bolt. So, aha, but I can see it. If you can see the... If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. All right, I want to pull the... Wait. Oh, you're being a little bitch, aren't you? Okay, let's see if RNG helps us out here. Because we lost both the bolts shooting the moose. Upper left. One copper bolt. Thank you. All right, very good. Now, that should have been... Because I killed one previously. Yeah. Now, see how it's grayed out? No more boar till next season. So, now we can cut down trees at our leisure, unmolested. Over here in there, AO. AO. We're going to use one of these plum wines. Again, plus under 60% more damage. Okay? So we'll drink one of those. If you want to see what happens, here's what happens. We're drunk. We're drunk as hell. If we jump, we're going to fall. If we try to run, we'll probably fall. I'm going straight, and he's wandering left. Boom! All right, maybe we can do this without getting killed. I know, Moose. I don't want to do this either, but I have to. Okay, I have to. So as long as you can keep steady and safe, I guess you don't need to worry about it, because you'll burn off the alcohol effects. Once it's below 20%, there's really no issue. Oh, that's a spruce tree. We don't want to waste. Well, now let those fall. Okay, now they're safe. Was 5 our cheap axe? There it is. Now it's broken. Okay. So we'll go to the copper axe. Yeah, the copper axe. That one. That's no good. Doofus, hit that. Okay, it took two whacks with the copper axe to drop the tree. If it's moving, don't mess with it. Let it stop moving. There's so many of these over in here. Oh, I'm caught up on this tree. Now, if you're clever and you're hunting animals, especially bigger game, you can actually use trees that you fell, and you can like run up on them and shit. And then you can shoot from up here and they can't get you. Come back here. There is no escape. All right, we're almost clear on our sobriety issue. Just stay out of the way. Bolts from bandits like you can from animals. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't recover them. I don't know. It's kind of stupid. Ooh, that one did a herky jerk on me. That's why you immediately back away from the tree is the smart play. It really is. Just back that ass up. You'll be okay. All right, somebody's out here playing their flute. I don't see him. See which way it's falling, in case it jerks off the off the stump. 42. We're gonna need a few of these to make now we're not going to have storage, so we'll put stuff in. Oh man, I sold the buckets too. Oh, double dumbass on me. That's a triple dumbass. Yeah, if they fall in the bolt. So that's kind of a case again where I think at that point the bolt or the projectile has gone through the physics mesh of the ground. And yeah, then if anything goes through the physics mesh, you can't recover it. I did a stupid. I sold those buckets, didn't I? That's okay. It's almost daylight. I'll go. We're going over there, buy a couple of buckets. Oh, you know what? I think I can get buckets in Branica or Borowo. And I do want to get to where I turn weight on. Just this whole thing where I was looting the entire map and getting all the gift baskets and stuff. I mean, we're stinking way overloaded, 500 kilos. Okay, and then we've got some more over here we cut down. We just didn't chop up yet, so let's get those. All right, is that everything? Oh, one more. Yeah, so we're going to get to keep this camp. Not that it's going to matter. Hey, all right, that's a good thing. Again, honestly, my preference is to make your extraction points in the mine, in the shed it. In the, you can use your scan and you'll see if you have a log out here. All right, I think we're good. We should have a multiple of 4. $72 works. That's a multiple of 4. I see you. Shut up. Go away. Yeah, so there's a trunk here. So there's the road. I'm facing north. All right.
I feel famished.
I want to punch you in the face. Here. She's my cherry pie. No, that's health. Where's the pear tart or meat pie? That's more health. Who knew? Oh, rye bread. That'll work. Chomp. Okay, cool. All right, so let me see if I can give you a reference point here real quick. So yeah, we're kind of right at the peak here along the lake. All right, so Gustovia is that way, and then Rolnica is that way, Denica is that way, right? So if you look here, we're right at the edge of where the reeds are beginning. See right here? So if you're coming west from Gustovia, you'll be coming this way. And when you get about here, you can see the road sign. Turn left, go due south. And we got the double bonus because we got both the trunk and the camp. Now the camp's to our left, but look, we're running right at the trunk. So here's the trunk, and there's the camp. All right, so if you look on the map, this is easy to see. See this dirt spot right here between the moose and the boar? That's the camp. Now this boar spawn's been moved over too. So so yeah, there you go. All right, so now you know where to find the trunk and the camp, okay? Easy peasy lemon squeezy, right? This is... Hang on. What are you doing, A-Train? Well, it occurs to me that I still have a whole bunch of this potion or effect, wine effect going. So I might as well just frickin' use it, right? You know what I'm saying? Get a few more logs. We need to stockpile a few. Maybe we'll build a workshop. And so you can't do anything really until the tree kind of stops moving, but there's little exceptions there. Where's the other part? Is it up here? That's right here. All right, hell with it. I want to get this done because I'm moving into my sleep period here. My new work schedule, I got to get up about 5:40, 5:50 in the morning, and yeah. Excuse me. Early in the morning. All right, let's go back to this. And so we need 6 planks here. We need a log here. All right, so 6, 12. That one's done. And that's, okay, so we need 18. So we need 9. 9 times, Mrs. Bueller. Okay, cool. Now I've got a bunch of firewood stockpiled too. Now what we can do here, since we're not going to have the stuff yet. Let's do that one and that one and that one. Cool. He's got tools. Whoever we bring in to be our woodcutter, they got tools. That's going to last a while. You know what I'm saying? Roof's done. Attic's done. One, two, three. Yeah, it works. So there's a window right by the fire pit. Of course, ash. So sparks come off this, and then they hit the roof of the the woodshed, and then it lights on fire. Oops. Yeah, that works. It works pretty good. I like it. We'll do our houses a little bit different this time. Okay, so now that gives us that. So let's do this. So we'll put, what do we need to put in here? We need to put, firewood. Okay, we'll put all that in here because we don't care, right? Roast some meat. This is how you blow up your production, folks. Boom. Watch. Uh-huh. That's right. All right. Turn on that full focus, then your inspector mode doesn't consume stamina. We got 1 point, and we can use that for cooking or crafting knowledge. Okay, just pick one. Sewing you don't need until you have a sewing hut, obviously. We will be doing more cooking, though, as things go along, so let's go ahead and just throw that point there. This expert stuff here is faster, and if you're using fast crafting anyway, there's no point. All right, so you have to do one of these. Just pick one, and then get your builder trance. But if you're doing faster building, really, these are irrelevant too. So all this is kind of pointless if you have fast crafting and fast building on. Now this, excuse me, saves your durability on your hammers. All right, so now we got some meat. If you don't eat your meat, you can't have any pudding. Put some beetroot in there. Have some carrots. I'll keep the flatbread. So meat pie plus 100 food should be enough, would be enough in theory for like 3 days of food. Rye bread, I keep that for me. Roasted meat. All right, so caloric plus 12. All right, so in theory, 30 a day. So let's do 10. We'll do 20. Okay. So with 20 times 12, that's what, 240? So he should be good for 8 days of food. Okay. Whoever we bring in should be good for 8 days of food. All right. Now the only issue is water. We just need buckets for that. So really we're about the same distance either way. If we ran to Denica to catch the Uber, or if we run to, well, let me see how stinky we are. Now we're kind of stinky. Let's go down and jump in the lake. Go jump in the lake. Well, this is what I think is the best area to build on this map. Oh, there's a crash cart site here. You get some potions and stuff. I think you can get a potion of sobriety there. I don't remember. Plus there's a bunch of stones down here, which is great. Now, this is a cool place to build your dock. Look here, watch this. One step, poof, you're underwater. Or right here, this is a cool place to build it. Because it falls off so quickly. Over here on the left, you'll have the woodcutter's site. Right here. Right here, you'll have the fishing gear with like a fishing pole and pants and stuff. There can be a bandit camp that forms over there. Back in like 1.5 and earlier, there would be a couple guys that would camp right here. But that's all set. And then there's, you'll find barrels right there. Winter camps up there. 3-man bandit camp up over there. Blah, 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 blah. Take the road to the right, go up the hill and over the top of the crest up on the plateau. You can come across 5-man bandit camp on the left. Do you want to know more? You can find stuff like these barrels here along the water. I think I've already pulled them. Yep. There's just roach fish along here, so it sucks from a fishing standpoint. There's a school. There's a school. There's like 4 or 5 of them between the 2 bridges. The berries are really the good thing to take from along this area. Once you come up over this rise here, you can take a right, 45, and there's a clay pit, which I've already cleared out. I take that lie back. I have not cleared it out. Let's correct the mistake. Oh, and we have chook. I have my strength bonus going still. 1 swipe. Because I have some clay, I don't have quite enough to insulate the house for our guest. some people like to build along this, the base of this ridge line here. We're just west of Denica. I mean, excuse me, Gustovia. And that's cool. That's your jam. That's your jam. Anything else? No, I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that should give us like 80 clay, I think. 111, that's even better than 80. I like it. That's more than enough. You do, and the straw we gathered earlier, that's also goes to this. You'll find packages there. You get 12, 13 coins. Here you got the crash cart. There'll be some wheat here. All right, I need buckets. Let me see if Edwin has buckets. Emily, pretty. Nice touch. I don't think these people are worth recruiting, but let me see. Nope. Nope. Yes, but not first. Okay, she's a farming specialist. That's it. But you really don't need a farmer early game. Now here's Dobernega. Don't talk to her. Here's Edwin.
How is life
Oh,
treating
okay. All right.
you? Goodbye.
Notice, all right, notice the yellow exclamation point. That means he has a quest. He's a vendor, though. So when you hit this, this is at the top of his list. Be careful not to accidentally hit that. Okay? Because if he doesn't have a quest, then the bag, show me your wares, will be at the top of his list. All right? What I'm saying is you don't want to find out, you won't want to screw up and accidentally wind up getting locked into a quest when that's not what your intention was. You know what I'm saying? So pay attention to that little detail there. All right, fertilizer. How much do we have? We need 180. We have 128, so that's 52 by my math. That should be somewhere around here. Oh, so close. He's got Daub too. What else did I need? Oh, buckets. Dude, you got buckets? You ain't got buckets. Okay, my boy across the way will have them. So yeah, don't talk to Dobernega or you're going to get locked into her quest. There's other vendors you can deal with. I could have taken the Uber across. It would cost like 50 coins. Not like I don't have money. But, oh, we've got a stamina buff going too. That's sweet. Oh, while we are here, here we go. Notice it took him. I couldn't reload. I couldn't load my weapon. Okay. What are you doing, A-Train? You're here for buckets. Yes, I am. You know what else I'm here for? Free food. You can do the same thing off the deal over there. I mean, they're literally right here. You can wait for them to fart around, or you can just aim right there and goodbye. 7 pike. This is money. All right. I'm going to show you how this works money-wise. We're going to go over here and grab some steak. Actually, we probably have some steak. We have tons of steak. I just have to get out of the zone. Yeah, we're in the zone here. There we go. Okay. I'll show you how much money you can make with pike. Okay. The other fish are just, in my opinion, a waste of time. Roach definitely is. Perch, okay. You'll get more perch in a spawn, but, and you get, you know, like 5 meat from them. Okay, here's the workshop dude. Fibor.
Be welcome, stranger.
Okay. Okay, cool. Dude, you don't have buckets? Oh, fudge. I gotta think of who's got buckets. Wait, are they under wooden buckets? Am I having a dumbass moment here or what? Dude, you should have buckets. Why don't you have buckets? He's got wooden bowls. Am I... Wooden cup, wooden ladle, wooden plate. Everything but buckets. Really? That should be the name of his store. Everything but buckets. Thanks, jerk. All right, anyway. Roasted fish. Okay? This is how you... I mean, roasted meat's a great way to make money. All right? 6 coins each. Well, you're only going to get 3. The market value is 6. You're only going to get 3. But hey, that's 300 coins right there. Right? Plus. Roasted fish meat, on the other hand, 9.5. Now, roasted meat is easier to come by. Meat is easier to come by than fish. But fish is a lot better return on investment. Okay? So, the kitchen has bucket. Oh, that's right, she may. If not, the dude next to her with the cows may. Okay, cool. We'll head back over there. So, yeah. I'm going to sell all this. And I'll sell... I don't need to sell any of this. Yeah, we'll sell some. All right, we're 22,000 coins. He's got money. We still need... See, we can't get the simple large backpack until we can make the simple large backpack, which is the dumbest thing ever. Then Gambazon. Do I even want that? No, not really. Or we can get rid of that. We'll get tons of unripe berries we need to get rid of. Got the water skin I need to refill. Don't need that. Straw, stone, steak. Grain, beer, rich hat, rich coat. We're going to have the excellent Gambazon by fall. Can't afford it. Really don't need the elite shield either, but whatever. We got it. Bronze legwear. Eh. All right, let's go check here. Check baby 1, 2, 3, 4, because we're here. So yeah, they got all the crazy Halloween decorations. Their deal. Where's their deal? I can't remember where their basket was. And then there's the... Not every village on this map has a honker or evil honker. Now, Igor is a hunting specialist. You do not need a hunting specialist anytime soon. Aha! Dobrawa is a 2468 12-point NPC. Not bad. Oh, wait. No, she's 2468 11. Yeah, it's 12. And she is a extraction specialist, which is what we're looking for, but I want to find better. Oh, I've got points to put in skills here, don't I? Force of Nature, Master of Destruction. I got 2 points now. I can do 1 with the Earth, and then put a point in Mule. Move, bird. Dumbass. Now, there's where you get your chickens, by the way. Here's where you get chickens. Not that you need chickens anymore. You don't.
How do you do?
Hey. I know I was lazy. I could have run across there, but again, I'm cutting into my bedtime here. But I'm enjoying showing you guys stuff about the game. So hopefully y'all are enjoying it too. This guy right here, Nizabor, this is your barber surgeon. So if you want to change how you appear, he's the guy to talk to. Okay? So he's like Sedowin on Oxbow. Move, kid. Adelina. Such a pretty name. Ah, buckets of water. That'll do. Cool.
See you around.
Okay.
Hail to the king!
Okay. Otto just said hail to the king, right? Did you catch that? That's the hint and a half for your ass that you have a good king.
Wish you were better.
Okay? Listen to what your people say, and they will tell you what they think about the king. All right? If they say, I don't have anything bad to say about the king, but I don't have anything good to say about him either. That's a neutral king. Okay? But then they say stuff, may the king live a long time. Kings, do good things. And this one seems to be doing just great. Things like, if it's a positive statement, you have a good king. If it's kind of a neutral, then you have a neutral king. And if it sounds like they don't like the guy, then you have a bad king. Otherwise, refer to the list that I showed you. I'll show you one more thing here too. We'll run up the hill. But again, if you're coming into this new, boar on the right. We're in fox territory right here, so be careful. There's one right in front of us. Just slow down for a second and let them run out of the way. Deer on the left. Boar on the right. See, there's all the tree stumps we cut down. There's a bunch of berries up here on the right. As we come around this curve on the left, there will be a crashed cart. This is where I got those two bronze sickles. Yeah. One's just laying here. The other's in that bundle. And then if you go up the hill here, this is where a big bandit camp can be. Right here. On this big open spot. Okay. So now you know. And knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. Hey, where are you going? Well, I'm heading back to the house because I want to drop the buckets of water off in the house. Why are you worried about that? Because I'm going to go on a quick recruiting trip. And if we find our person, then, all right, see the dirt area right there? That's where the bad guys can be camped over here. You want them to have everything available. So the way the game mechanic works is the second you hire somebody, and hopefully we've got enough. Ooh, I didn't even think of that. Crap. Oh, we got 70 Dynasty rep. Ooh, I don't know if that's going to be enough. We'll find out. If it's not, then I'll just have to wait till next episode. But the point is, okay, cool. So now, there's water, there's firewood, and there's food. Now, this works until you start getting a bunch of villagers. So this is the quick and dirty way. We already have food storage unlocked. We have resource storage unlocked, right? I don't want to clear cut the frickin' map. Does that make sense? All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to truck on over here. I say we're going yeah, we're going to, yeah, I need to get this done. Truck on over here, and then we'll... Now, I don't know why they took it away, but there used to be a stack of like 5 logs right here. That's not there anymore. Move, bunnies. You can kill rabbits basically with your bare hands. You can basically punch them as you run by. Now, the Borg, the boar. I think I've already taken these guys out. Yeah, I've taken them out. And again, you'll have the Cabbage Patch Bandits right here. Watch out for, an encampment. I don't think there's a shooter, but I think there's 4 or 5 of them, so move. Damn it, you're putting me in a position where I'm chasing you. Thank you. Oh, you know what? This actually will answer the question here. I don't need to do that just yet. I want to know if I can recruit somebody. So we're going to pick the crappiest person, and we're going to get him out of the valley here. She's a resident.
We'll work for food and water.
She's a diplomacy specialist. This guy sucks. Okay. I'm hearing you're building your reputation up. Okay, so that answers our question. All right, so now. $15.20. All right, we can do this quick. So this is where it helps to have money.
Hello there.
Your ride, take me to Gustavia. Let's go. All right, turn left, go. All right, we're going to run through because each stage of the quest gives you, I think we have to have 100 reputation points. Go talk to Dobernega, move. Hi, Dobernega, blah, 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 blah. Okay, good. Now you can buy and sell shit from her. Now we gotta go find this chick. You'll see she should be, let me check my journal. No, I want this. Okay, do this. And then you'll see she's 60 meters this way. So she's up here in the field. Now she's a little bit of a bitch. Just work through it. Okay? Yaranigua. Blah, 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 blah. It's not a good moment. Blah, blah, no. Is everything all right? Not bothering. What kind of mistake? I understand. Nothing. Anything extraordinary. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to take care of the rye situation. So now we have to go to Nadar. So now this is where, again, where money helps. Either money or a mount, but money's better because, I mean, you can have the mount go with you on the Uber. And also keep in mind, anytime you're on mission or on a quest, you can talk to those people even if they're sleeping.
Hello there.
All right, now we turn left, go up the hill. Somebody posted a funny thing that the bell sounding is basically telling people to take their places. So they're all actors. All right, where is Nadar? Okay, that's the... Nadar actually should be... There's the pig lady. Oh, look, here's the honker. Boop. Nadar should be in here. Here he is. Damn, dude, watch where you're swinging at. Okay, what happened? Blah, blah. All right, so now we gotta go find the guy, okay? So we're gonna go in disguise. So now I got 2 honker masks. Oh, wait. All right, this guy, he's an extraction specialist, but he's only got 3, 5, 7, 10 points. We would not recruit him. Do not recruit. Aha! This is a different story. Now, she's got 13 points. She is a extraction specialist and a farming specialist and a huntress. Okay? You could recruit her. She's a 1 in diplomacy, which is perfect. 1 in survival is not great. That's okay. This guy's a schlub. Nobody cares. Now, let's look at management. Now our dynasty rep is 100. Okay? Now, I'm not saying she's the best choice, But we're going to recruit her. Let's talk to her. She's age 20. We can actually flirt with her. For sunny or rainy days, depends on what the crops need at the moment. It's important to have balance. She's a busy bee. Oh, we've already chatted with her. Finest dress is BS. Don't say that to her. You say that to the snob. Smile is more warming than the campfire itself. You say to the romantic. Someplace they conduct divorce by combat. Blah, blah, blah. Amy the birds. Can't stand laziness. This is a big money one for her. Plus 10. Boop. Soaking clothes in urine makes them easier to wash, which is funny because there's a joke. The guy in Clonica on the Oxbow says, I can't believe kids did that. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. She's, about a cow that he took like cow poo for something. This is the romantic one. Hunter stuffs carcasses of the animals. The reported still look alive, just frozen in time. I don't know if she'll find that interesting. Actually, never mind. I don't care. I'm creating a new settlement. Boom. You're hired. Okay, so now we've hired Unislawa. So now we're going to go into management. Okay. And Unislawa is here. Okay, so we're going to assign her to a house. Simple small house. Okay. Boom. So now she's set there. That's 1. 2, we're going to assign her to a workplace, which is going to be Woodshed 1. Boom. That's done. All right. Now, status, no food, no water, no firewood. Okay. That's going to get corrected because now the program is going to say, okay, does she have a house? Yes or no? Does she have a job? Yes or no? Does she have food, water, and wood? Yes or no? Well, you got to have a house so that they can get food, water, or wood. And it's either in the trunk of the house or it's got to be in resource and food storage. We've got all that base covered. Watch. Upper left, all disappeared just that quick. Now, if we go back and we look, see, her arrows went from down to up just that quick. Now, we have her assigned to the woodshed. We need to go extraction, woodshed, double click. She's got axes, okay? We need to assign tasks. Edit assignments. We want her only just pulling logs. That's all we want her to do. I mean, we can go ahead and check these. I'm not worried about sticks. Screw that stuff. I can make firewood easy. I can make planks easy. I'll go ahead and put them because then they'll be here on the list. We're going to have her 100% focused on logs. And now as she's walking to the village for the course of the next half hour or so, because I flirted with her, which was dumb, she'll start gathering logs. The problem is, there's a minor technicality here, but it's correctable. The technicality is she's got nowhere to put the logs, so they're going to go into the trunk of the woodshed. Now, what we need to do is look at the woodshed. Okay, it'll hold a bunch of logs. That'll hold up to 100 logs because logs weigh 2.5 each. So I think we're going to be okay. All right, and that's all we need to do there. Now, so let's speed along this process. We're going to run back down here to Uber. And we're going to Uber over to Denica because that's the shortest distance. Because I told you where the guy is. And we're going to head east towards our village till we get to the creek. So if you haven't cleared this path, again, keep in mind you could have move, link C, move. Y'all get the hell out of the way. Move, bitch. Get out the way. I do not. There could be bad guy camp right here. Okay? So just make sure you're aware of the situation before you come, running back and forth through these woods, traipsing around. All right? Now, if you're going along the main path between Rolnica and Gustovia, you'll see blood, okay? And the blood spatters will lead you this direction. See them? There's your blood. They're leading you up this way. And this is where home Vern is, up here on the rocks. Blood on the rocks. Oh, here he is. He's fucked up. Hugo. Damn, you sure are bleeding a lot. Nader's worker, blah, blah, blah. Take this, should help with the pain. Give him that, okay? So we just got plus 10 dynasty rep. Okay, keep pressure on the wound. Now we go back to Denica. We Uber back over to Rolnica. We talk to Nadar. We get the shit from Nadar. Nadar comes out to get his dude, so we're done with that guy. And then we go, we Uber back over to Gustovia, talk to Dobernega, give her the rye. She gives us 2 beers. And those 2 beers you're supposed to take to Unigost to start his story. Which leads you along the way to find out what happened to your Uncle Jordan. We're not going to do that. You got 18 years to do that shit. So just take the beers and put them in the trunk of your house and hold on to them. Because you don't want to be traipsing all over the map. A, if you don't know the map, and B, it helps to have a mount or cache. To Uber. You have to ride back and forth up to Sambor's place because he's out in the middle of nowhere in the northeast corner of the map. All right. Our dude is... Where's our dude? Is that him? They are. All right, he just gave me some money, plus with me another 100 dynasty rep, which means we should be able to recruit somebody else here before too long. Typically, your first and second person should be extraction specialists.
Oh, it's you again.
And then you want a production specialist as your third person. Although the second extraction specialist, I typically will put the work in the, or where is she? Oh, there she is. Someone where you can be flirty with her. All right, see how good, all right, so there's her story. And then I'm trying to remember if this... Let me take this stupid thing off. Well, let's... For giggles. It's so dumb. It's funny. But at least we've got them in the save. So that's why I have this seed. Now I don't have to... I mean, I can start the game and have all the stuff, even if they take the boxes away and the honker heads. Yeah, the honker, he's funny. Guys, I hope you're enjoying the show. Please hit that like button. I appreciate you being here. I'm A-Train. If you got questions, throw those in the chat real quick. We're going to be wrapping up here in just a couple minutes because I'm past bedtime. But just kind of wanted to get us to this position. So what we've got now is our village. We've started a farm. We've built our house, which you build yourself the cheapest house because you don't care. It's just when you get married, your spouse will care, right? So you want to upgrade your house, you know, before you get married. We built a secondary house and we built a tier 2 house for our first villager. We built a woodshed and we put our first villager to work in the woodshed. So, in fact, let's take a quick look here because she didn't get much time. Huh. She may not have gotten any time. But basically, our next objective is going to be to build resource storage. So we got an extraction specialist, put them in the woodshed so they can cut down trees so we don't have to clear cut the whole freaking forest. And we already had to do some of that. One thing you can do on Oxbow, depending on where you decide to build your village, is turn on unlimited weight and go up just east of Clonica. And there's a whole bunch of maple trees out there. There's a wolf spawn and a boar spawn. You'll have to take those out. But there's a bunch of maple trees. So you can go up there and stock up on a bunch of wood and logs. And it probably not be in your line of sight. So it's, you know, not visually unappealing. Oh, look. Wait, nope, kind of. All right, this is done. Poof, goodbye. All right, so yeah, there's some logs stacked here. But what we're going to want to do is look to set up, you know, where we want to put our resource storage and stuff like that. But yeah, we got farm shed. We've started, we just did the basic grubbing on this field, and we started doing on this one. First season or 2, 3, several, couple years, do all the field work yourself. That'll run your farming skills up, and then you'll be good to go. Then let someone else handle it, except for the harvesting. You want to do the harvesting yourself. So farm shed, so now we can automate farming if we want to. Plus, here's the other thing we can do. The other thing, which is great, is put that in there. I thought I bought more beetroot seed. Oops. Wait, no. No, I can leave this here because you can check stuff from anywhere on the map. There. If I don't want to carry the hoe around, I can put the hoe in here. Usually, I like to keep a shovel in here too. Early game, because you might be clearing trees out to build fields. Seems like a good idea. Oat grain, that's good. Onion seed, that's good. And you want to get your tree saplings in the ground spring of year 1. If you pick some up, get them in the ground, because then you'll get fruit off of them summer of year 2. Yeah, now this, so here's what we're going to do. All these unripe berries, we're going to ditch this weight too, because it's stupid that we're carrying this around. Boom. Just leave that there. They'll turn to rot when we get a barn built. Then we can work with that. So the question kind of becomes, how do we want to lay out our village? One thing that's a trick about this game, it doesn't have the functionality, but if you look, I'll go into my view so it's a little easier to see. Look here, see this? This to me looks like a draw, kind of like an area where water runs off. There's a couple of them. Here's one right here too. See that? You kind of followed it along. You could see water running down the hillside, right, and eroding, and it drains down to the lake. So I don't like building right on top of that stuff, just out of the idea that maybe, you know, it could rain and whatever. This is the other one too. It goes right across here, goes down here, and it kind of goes through here, and it just kind of drains off into the lake. Kind of how that works. So all right. What is the best place to build? Peter, welcome aboard. Howdy, howdy. Appreciate you being here. Hope you're having a great night. And thanks for asking the question. Right here. We're between Gustovia and Denica and We're on the highway from Gustovia to Rolnica. This area right here is my favorite area to build. Why is it a good area? Well, first off, you put yourself between Gustovia and Denica. This is a central location for the northern part of the map. All right. If you're here, it doesn't take you terribly long to get to Denica or Gustovia or any of the other villages, really. And you can always Uber from Denica to Lesnica. The Uber spot is on your side of both villages. See that? It's on the east side of Denica, it's on the west side of Gustovia, so that makes it even more convenient. All right? So it's a central location in the northern part of the map. It's relatively flat. Okay? You're right by the lake or by the river. There's a pike spawn right here too, which is great. There's deep water right off the edge of the shore right here. So you can just jump in and take a bath, which is super cool. Plus you can build your you can build fishing docks, and they're kind of, legit because they're going out into a little bit deeper water. Or you can build one and just build the platform and turn it into like a swimming dock, which is pretty cool. Lots of maple trees in this area right here, plus there's a lot of spruce trees. You move, the further west you go, and a lot of people like to build right here. Historically, this is a very popular spot, probably the most popular spot on this map, is this peninsula. Problem is, it's big, it's open, it's flat, but it's nothing but birch trees, which means crap when it comes to wood, right? If you want lots of quality wood, you go up here east of Ranica. There's lots of maple trees up in here. There's a wolf spawn and a couple things up in here. But there's lots of maple trees over here by Borowo, but your terrain is very hilly. So big open, relatively flat area. This is flatter, but again, less good trees. That's why you want to get a woodcutter shed up and going earlier. Also, you have good hunting right in the area. Moose spawn, deer spawn, another moose spawn, pig spawn. There's a pig spawn over here too. Deer, more deer, lots of animals to hunt in this area. Now, and then there's a clay pit over here, there's a clay pit over here. The only kind of drawback is it's a little bit distant to the caves. Okay, so here's the central cave right here. You just have to venture up the hill, and I mean, you could be there in a couple of minutes of running time. Or you go across the lake, and then you can go to the north cave right over here and go clear the caves so you can get stuff to make bronze. So that's a lot of people say, oh, I want to build right next to a cave. You don't have to. There's no reason. First off, you can get copper once you build the excavation hut or shed. They can get copper for you. Then you just go clear the cave and get tin, because then you get stuff to make bronze, right? Water sources. Now, the one other point I like to make about this is, again, this is the northern part of the map. We're not even seeing Jezerica and Hornica. They're down here. When it comes to vendors, you've got all the vendors available up here. The only thing you cannot get up here is horses. You have to go to Hornica. But to get to Hornica, you have to go through some rough terrain, wolves, Wizzent, multiple threats to get to the southern part of the map, unless you just Uber, right? So Hornica does have the most vendors. They have the smithy, the kitchen, the tavern, the excavation shed, seamstress hut, and the guy selling horses. So there's like 6. Good recruiting place. They have a fire pit. So you want to get in and out of Hornica a couple of times. What I'm trying to say is you don't really have to. Once you're able to make stuff, unless you just jet in there and recruit people and then Uber out. Jezerica is the same way. And if you're doing the Unigost quest line, you'll wind up in Hornica, to Jezerika, back to Hornica, and in this area. All right. So unless it's recruiting or going to get something specific from Jan Hammer, the smithy, or selling stuff, then you know, there's no real point in being there. So that's why I'm saying you can focus on the northern part of the map here. You can get all your seamstress needs, farming, tavern, food. Very similar between these two. Woodworking. Cows, geese, chickens, sheep, goats. I don't even get goats. Pigs. Rolnika's the key for pigs. Donkeys are in Tutkey. Lesnika's got Teobald, the smithy. Branica, it's by the North Cave. And there's a seamstress. So you got seamstress. And then, of course, way up here in the corner of the map, that's Sambor, who's part of the Unigost quest line. You wind up having to go back and forth. Then you got to go all the way over and back, and then finally start farting around, and then you wind up going to Hornica. So, some people like to build over by this lake. There are boar in this area. There's there's wolves here. There's more wolves here. There's wisent here. So there's some threats in the area. There's potential bad guy camp here. There may be some over here too. I haven't seen them recently though. A lot of people like that. People, I don't know. They're venturing further and further afield to try to make the game more challenging. Some people like to build over here by the triple waterfall. I advise against it. First, the terrain is really rough. Second, this is the looting path, because you start the game right here at this spot. And the looting path takes you this way, and then down here, and then over here, and back up this way, and then over here. There's a lot of good loot, and there's a super big bandit camp, like 8 or 10 guys right there. Plus, you can find a smaller camp right there. And you can find highwaymen right here. So this has fun stuff to it. Plus, you have the camp that appears here, the cart that appears here. There's lots of fantastic free stuff for looting. Down here at the wolf spawn, you've got the 2-tier camp where you can find bronze spears, iron axe, and if you get lucky, an iron crossbow. So again, if you guys need those maps, the looting path maps and whatever, let me know. Let's save the game. S8. Yeah. No, I don't have to put the episode there. S8, sure. All right, so let's let me kick out of this here, and I'll show you guys what we're talking about here. So like the Valley looting map. Okay, that's what I was just talking about. This resource, the gift trunks, things like the how to figure out your firewood, the housing happiness guide. These are all available on my Discord. There's links to that in the description below. And so join us on Discord. Follow us on X/Twitter, link in the description below. And if you want to make a donation to help support the channel, that'd be fantastically appreciated. And you can do that via PayPal, and there's a link below as well. Wow, 4 hours and 15 minutes. This was a long stream. Jeez. But you guys hopefully get your money's worth out of the deal. So I hope you'll smash that like button. At least hook me up that way, and it greatly helps the channel, improves our exposure, and you know, hopefully more people will find us. But like, share, and subscribe. Turn on that bell icon so you know when we go live or upload a video. Tell your friends about us, and join us on Discord. And and appreciate everybody coming by. Peter, thanks for the questions. Storm, always a pleasure. Thanks for hanging out. Miss Megan was here, and we had a new friend from, well, somewhere, BMC. We had one dog check in, and somebody from Brazil. And then BMC, and then our buddy Alex checked in. So, yeah. Guys, I thought it was a pretty good stream. So I hope you all enjoyed it. Smash that like button before you take off. Otherwise, I hope you have a great day, night, evening, morning, wherever you are on planet Earth or beyond. I'm A-Train. It's over. And I'm out.